never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
That big old Detroit. Got that hot shot secret in the diesel. And we're underway here on a Monday. At least we'll be working our way into a Monday from time zone to time zone. East Coast to West Coast. As we close out another weekend. Yeah, we're heading down the final stretch here for the month of February. Yeah, of course, just 28 days in the month. One weekend to go. March just around the corner. But before we get into March, we're going to still be contending with more old man winter. Now, almost deja vu from right about this time a week ago. Talking about another cross-country storm coming together. Once again, this one will have a little bit of everything in the mix. As far as heavy snow, lots of ice appears to be in the offing with this particular system. And then a severe weather threat in the southern tier of the country. As I said, very reminiscent to what we were talking about 1 week ago. Here we go again, deja vu. So I'll break that all down for you as we get off and rolling here. Great to have you on board as the family all joins in. OvernightDriveRadio.com on your smartphone, your Android streaming device. Take your pick. TNCRadio.live here on a Monday morning. Also, download the free app on your smartphone, your Android, or your favorite streaming device. Yes, even Alexa. Just say, Alexa, activate overnightdriveradio.com. Very simple. So where shall we begin? All right, let's start with our snow and ice. Now, this system is already underway. It's the north central portions of the country that overnight and through the day Monday, some areas going to be looking at some pretty significant snowfall. Yeah, the heaviest snows tonight right along the North Dakota, South Dakota line. Much of southern North Dakota seeing some lighter snow. We see some pockets of lighter snow coming together there in central and southeastern portions of Montana. Some snow from Jackson, Wyoming, down through south central and southeastern Idaho. Snow and ice, not the only threats on the menu in the United States this week. Another widespread storm from coast to coast. The severe thunderstorm threat from today, Monday, into Tuesday night will be developing and impacting a number, at least 10 central and southern states. Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, northeastern Alabama, southwestern Tennessee will all be at risk for all modes of severe weather early this week. So as I mentioned, very quiet. It's the calm before the storm in the south central states at this hour. But later today, our next cross-country storm is going to emerge east of the Rockies, bringing snow across the plains in the Midwest. Forecasters say that Gulf moisture will be pulled northward into the south central states and the Mississippi Valley by late today. An environment that will be ripe for thunderstorm development through Tuesday night. Big push of moist air flowing in from the Gulf of Mexico into portions of the southern U.S. early this week. That moisture, that'll be the fuel for some potentially explosive storms to form from parts of eastern Texas and Oklahoma to Mississippi and Tennessee once again. Strong to severe thunderstorms may fire as far west as Dallas and Oklahoma City later this afternoon into Monday night, before then rolling eastward into the Mississippi Valley. AccuWeather explains any storm that develops early this week would have the potential to unleash damaging winds, torrential rainfall, and hail. Some of the strongest storms that roar to life will also have the capacity to deliver large hail and potentially spin up an isolated tornado or two. Damaging straight-line winds with some of the strongest storms may reach speeds up to 75 miles per hour. That severe threat will continue to plow eastward through Tuesday. Similar risks will unfold. Southern Missouri, southwest Kentucky, western Tennessee, and northwestern Mississippi. However, the danger of overnight severe weather and the potential for Nocturnal tornadoes creates an even more concerning situation after that severe weather begins to blossom Monday night. Severe storms are expected to develop in the afternoon hours and strengthen through the evening on Tuesday. Some of these damaging storms will likely persist into the overnight hours when a large percentage of the population will be sleeping. So be prepared for severe weather before it strikes. Residents in the path of this potentially severe weather, make sure to charge up your electronic devices in the event of power outages. Have multiple ways to receive weather warnings. With the outlook of severe weather early this week, it is best practice to kind of revisit or develop your inclement weather preparation. This past morning, Sunday morning, the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center has marked the severe threat as slight for both Monday and Tuesday. A slight risk of short-lived, not widespread, isolated intense storms possible. But some 23 million Americans will be placed in that risk zone early this week. In addition to the threat of severe weather, flooding concerns once again also mount across portions of the South. We could again be recording several inches of rain across parts of the lower Mississippi and Tennessee River valleys for the first half of this week. That may cause stream and small rivers to rise. Flash flooding may also occur. Motorists always exercise that caution while out and about. Turn around, don't drown. The advice we always receive from the National Weather Service. But as I flip over to the weather watches and advisories, we've got a very broad swath of winter storm warnings stretching from western Montana through the southern half of Montana, again, right across the North Dakota-South Dakota line, primarily the southern half of North Dakota and just the northernmost counties in South Dakota. Then you cut right through the heart of Minnesota into northwestern Wisconsin. Again, those all winter storm warnings. We take you to a couple of locations there, break down how much snow the anticipation is from the Weather Service office in Grand Forks, North Dakota. They're talking accumulations 4 inches there, winds gusting to 40 miles per hour. Now, that's portions of Minnesota and North Dakota. So plan on slippery conditions there. Other areas, let's look at here. Let's see. Winter storm warnings remain in effect from 3 a.m. Monday, so later this morning, till the noon hour Tuesday. Total accumulations, 5 to 11 inches. All right, 3 a.m. Monday till the noon hour Tuesday. Travel will become very difficult to impossible. Widespread blowing snow could significantly reduce visibility. It's cold. This hazardous weather could impact the morning and evening commutes both. The cold wind chills as low as 30 below zero, which could cause frostbite on exposed skin in as little as 30 minutes. All right, so that's kind of the breakdown in the entire winter storm warnings area. Then, of course, you've got the bitterly cold temperatures, winter weather advisories, and wind chill advisories. All right, forecasters warn that the stormy pattern is probably going to persist through the central and eastern USA. It's going to be kind of a wave of everything: snow, wind, rain. Not one, but 2 storms are going to take that cross-country journey, with system number 1 starting later today. This is a multi-phase event where several pieces of energy in the atmosphere will stretch out across the country. That'll make these storms very far-reaching, initially impacting the Pacific Northwest, the coastal areas, and the central Rockies early today, then pushing across the central, eastern U.S. late Monday through midweek. As the storm rolls northeast on into Wednesday, it could take a track very similar to the dangerous storm that led to travel chaos across the country last week. maybe a little less intense, they tell us. Northern side of the storm, the jet stream diving southward. Enough cold air to open the door for air to flood into the northern plains with snow starting across Wyoming, the Dakotas today, before spreading into Colorado and the upper Midwest through Tuesday. That swath of snow from Wyoming and Colorado through northern Nebraska and the Dakotas, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and even northern Michigan. There's going to be a widespread swath of 6 to 12 inches of snow expected. And AccuWeather says there could be some areas that find themselves in the heaviest snow bands, approaching 24 inches possible, especially in the Great Lakes and on up into southern Canada. Slippery conditions, portions of I-25, 29, 35, I-70, 80, and 90. In addition to the snow, strong winds once again. Wind gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour on that northwestern side of the storm, stretching from South Dakota and Nebraska to Iowa and southern Minnesota. So this is going to create blowing snow and reduced visibility when the winds kick in. Remember, last week we had a 100-vehicle pileup in those whiteout conditions. Further to the south, look for those milder conditions. That will allow any precip to fall as rain, but as the cold air drives further south behind the storm, there's going to be a stripe of icy conditions, stretching possibly from northern Missouri into southeastern Michigan. This is where the precip may start as rain, then change over to ice, and ultimately end as a bit of snow. But several hours of ice may be possible from the northwestern suburbs of Chicago into central Michigan. Much of the south central states will stay dry while this storm passes off to the north, but that does not mean you'll be totally unscathed. Gusty winds are expected across portions of New Mexico as well as northern and western Texas later today into Tuesday. Winds streaming over these dry areas is expected to keep vegetation dry, elevating the risk of fires across that zone, and that would explain the red flag warnings we see stretching from southwestern Kansas through western Oklahoma and the entire Texas, Oklahoma Panhandle region. Now, as the storm moves into the northeast Tuesday and Wednesday, there's a brief lull in the stormy weather across the plains in the Midwest. However, a second storm will follow, and that's going to bring yet another round of difficult travel. And I believe, according to the model runs right now, system number 2 is going to be the much broader, profound impact from a icing scenario. Places like St. Louis and Oklahoma City that are expected to be warm enough to have rain with this first storm, Monday night and Tuesday, we'll see temperatures drop by as much as 30 degrees by Wednesday, which will allow for the wintry precip with storm system number 2. Meanwhile, some locations getting the most snow with the first storm across the northern plains may actually end up dry with the second wintry wave. But after all the active weather this week, they do say a more extended lull in stormy weather is likely for the second half of the week. Temperatures forecast to remain slightly below normal from the northern and central plains right now. But meanwhile, in the east, we're currently looking at a big-time warm-up. Again, kind of reminiscent of what we saw last week. Temperatures are going to be surging once again. 60s and some 70s streaming up the eastern seaboard. We'll delve a bit more into that coming up here. I know 48 outside the secret bunker at this hour. Locally, they're forecasting highs, lower 60s, both Monday and Tuesday for our region. Before the reality check, the cold air between Wednesday and Friday with storm system number 2. Hello to Philly Dan this morning. Morning, Steve. Hope everyone has a great day. Stay safe, and God bless the Rambler. Heavy D, number 2 out of the box via YouTube tonight. So on board, stay safe, keep on trucking. Good afternoon, says Larry. Hammer down and be safe out there. Sylvester, right out of the box. They're in the land down under. Yeah, I believe I saw a headline that today, Monday, the first day where you're going to allow travelers from abroad to enter Australia after, what's it been, nearly 2 years of kind of locking down your borders, not letting anyone in? So I guess that's kind of a big day. Captain Ron checking in, best day of the week. Yes, he loves Monday. Let's roll, Semper Fi. Tank, happy Monday. We've got 58 here in Memphis, getting ready to head out west. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. James, a.k.a. Jimmy Jammer, checking in. Hello from Tiffany. Mark on board. Winter break over. On the road again. We've got beautiful weather for now, but I know winter part 2 is coming. I'm ready for it, but it was a wonderful break. So, yeah, glad you had some time to enjoy off the road there. Hello to Roy, 007, checking in from Osceola, Iowa, the pilot truck stop tonight. Heat wave is on board from Baker, California. Cloudy, windy, 68 degrees. The sand snakes blowing across the road. Dust clouds, kind of patchy on I-15. Hello to Marianne, a wave of the hand. Hello, Southwest Ohio. Day number 37, inhospitable. Kidney failure. Wow. All right, prayers for Marianne. Hello, hooray for Steve. Brian checks in this morning. Hello to Zorro, Buster Brown on board from K-Town. Knoxville, going to be very wet. Inches of rain to come. And we didn't watch any of the China games, which, yes, they've officially concluded. The China games are done, in the books. Terry, listening in Memphis tonight, headed to Houston and Laredo. Ottawa, all cleared thanks to our dictator's puppets, a.k.a. the police riot force. Sad day, sad weekend for Canada's freedom. Down with Trudeau. As anticipated, they really started rolling in, busting heads over the weekend, unleashing tear gas and rubber bullets being fired on the protesters in Ottawa over the weekend. I'll give you updates on that and so much more to come. Lone Ranger will join us right after a 2-minute timeout as we get things underway on a Monday morning. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Burnley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, there we go. Jay is on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drivers out there. 53 in Music City, USA tonight. Everybody stay safe. Yeah, keep the painted side on top. Deborah, morning, Steve. It's a nice evening here in Indiana. Almost 50 degrees. Everybody be safe out there, especially my driver. Hello to one. Crazy Ray, West Michigan checking in, 40 degrees. Kind of a windy night. Dean said it's a sweet 81 degrees. They're in the land down under. Some mild storms maybe later today. Hello to Miss Minnie, Miss Millie, rather. Morning, Steve. Spring is springing. The first crocus blooming, daffodils are coming up. I can't wait. I just don't care for the storms, but everybody stay safe out there. God bless. Good evening to everyone. Shadow Artist checking in. 45 degrees in Brooksville, Kentucky this morning. Double Diamond checking in from Wilmington, Ohio, with a flat tire where it's 42 degrees. Isn't that a great way to start the week, Double Diamond, with a flat? Chevy guy on board copied the mail. Roy said, hey, Steve, that 100-vehicle pileup was only about 100 miles from my home 20 last week. Stephen on board, enjoying the show from warm California tonight. Very good. Hello to the Lone Ranger, checking in from somewhere in Pennsylvania. How's things been going, Ranger?
Well, I just came back from a road trip to California. I took a 49 Chevy convertible to Gardena, and then I jumped back over to Riverside and picked up a 58 Corvette and came home. So that was my experience. I took the southern route, of course, 81 to 40 to 20 to 30 to 10 because of wintertime. I don't want to get caught up in any crappy roads. But what I called about, I'm going to refrain from talking about the direction of the country because I don't want to throw up on my phone. So I watched my first NASCAR race today in years, and I didn't have much going on. I thought, let me see. I wanted to see what this new car, this first time they tested out or used this new car in a race, this new gen car, what do they call it, new generation or
Next
something.
gen, yeah.
And I see a lot of problems coming up with this car, and we watched a lot of problems today. Instead of having steel wheels, they have aluminum wheels. And there was a couple of cases where the wheels broke, a couple of cases where the wheels fell off. One case, a tire came off the wheel, went rolling down the track. And they have to understand that the steel wheels that they used to use, I think they were 15-inch wheels. I could be wrong about that, but they had a good size sidewall. These aluminum wheels are 18 inches, and they have a small sidewall. And if you noticed, every time somebody spun out, they wound up with flat tires. Where in the past, when you had the steel wheels with the bigger sidewall, that wouldn't happen. They'd spin out, and they might get a flat spot, but they'd still have air in the tire. Did you notice how many flat tires there were every time somebody spun out? Did you watch a race today?
I did not get to catch the race. No, I was getting my beauty rest so I could get back to work tonight.
The other problem that I saw, they have some kind of flaps on the hood, and a couple of them just blew off the car. In fact, I think Kyle Busch was one of them. And these new cars, they have a three-piece frame. They have a front section, a middle section, and a back section that bolt together. And they also have bolt-on bumpers, which the old ones were this plastic stuff. But they said they designed them that way so if they'd have a major accident, they could still go in the pits and fix the car. You know, if the back of the frame got bent, they could just replace with another frame piece. The other problem I saw, these new cars have independent suspension all the way around. They don't have the straight rear axle like the old stock cars did. And I saw problems with that. There was guys who would have a spin out or a wreck, and they would make it into the pits, but the car would be going crooked down the road. The suspension is not as strong as a straight axle, and they had some failures. One guy broke some kind of an arm that's in the suspension. He broke that. So it looks like the suspension in the rear is not going to hold up like the old ones did. And there was another case. I guess some of the areas of the car are made of carbon fiber, not steel like the old cars were. And they had one case where the body had cracked or something, and they couldn't get the gas filler in it. So there's going to be a lot of problems with this new car from what I can see. I also noticed something today. I think Brad Keselowski is the reincarnation of Dale Earnhardt Sr. He took out 2 cars today. The one I felt kind of bad for. First one he took out, they were pushing real hard, and he got up against Burton was his name, rookie, 21-year-old rookie.
Mm-hmm.
And he was pushing him hard, and he pushed a little bit too hard and wrecked him and went upside down. A terrible, terrible wreck. But, a 21-year-old rookie, you think you'd have a little more class than to push a guy that's 21 years old. It's, doesn't have experience to handle a car that's whipping around a little bit from the wind. And the other guy he took out was Larson, who I felt bad for because he's in a low budget team. They changed the rules where these big bucks teams like Hendricks and the rest of them, they always dominate the race. And I guess they changed some kind of rules where it's the guys, I think they said that Larson was like a 1-car team or something like that, just low budget. And he had a good chance at winning the race. He had a good car. And what's his name? Keselowski took him out too. It was a shame because he was, they talked to him, seemed like a nice guy. So that was that. And, but that new car, boy, they're built like a sports car.
Yep.
They got sports car wheels and tires, that bumping and grinding. And I don't think that car is made to hold up under the bumping and grinding of NASCAR racing. It's just my opinion, but I just saw a lot of problems today, especially with the tires and the wheels. Terrible problems.
So I know I had seen where they're supposed to be going to, or did they go to where they, rather than having like the 5 lug nuts on the tires, it was just like the one in the middle like they do in the Indy cars. Was that in action yet?
Yeah, and there's some kind of a pin that has to be lined up for that to stay on. And a couple of the teams modified the wheels so they didn't have to rely on that pin so much. And some of the wheels, it was wheels falling off the cars.
Oh, okay.
There was 2 or 3 cases where the guys were driving, and the next thing you know, they'd look out the window and their wheels passing them. So I see some, it's anything new, you have to work out the bugs. I get that. But, when you have bugs in the car that's doing 190 miles an hour, that can be a little bit risky. So this it's not a sports car race. They're trying to make these cars like sports cars, and that's not what they are. So the solid axle rear appears to me from just first glance and first race here that was much stronger and much more designed for all the impact and bumping and grinding they do out there, because sports cars, as a general rule, don't have much bumping and grinding. So anyway, I'm going to stay off any politics because it's just got me really sick. That this country is the country's in the toilet, and Biden is slowly pushing down the flush handle a little bit at a time. There are so many people hurting. I paid $4.71 a gallon for gas in California. Going out to California, I found 8 places that had gas under $3. And 3 days later, on the way back, I only found 1 place. Just in the time that I went out and came back, they were all up over $3 a gallon.
Yep.
Across Texas and New Mexico and all that. Texas is where I had the cheapest gas, and a little bit of Arkansas is under like $2.94 or $2.95. So, but they wanted $2,800 to ship this Corvette, and all the way out and all the way back, I spent $1,736. And the guy that bought the 49 Chevy gave me $1,500 to bring it out. So I actually got my Corvette home for $236. So that was a good deal. But that was my experience. I've been looking for houses out in Arizona, and it's impossible to get ahead of these people from California coming over there. Every time I find a decent deal, it doesn't even sometimes last a day, gone. So I wound up finding one that I like, and within 2 days, there was 2 people on it. One guy, the first guy bailed out, got in an argument with the real estate agent. The second guy was the backup. He's a cash buyer. So I'm waiting to see the results of his inspection, and then he has 10 days after the inspection to make a decision. But I want to get out of this Northeast so bad. Sick of the snow, sick of the traffic. Now my town, my area in Lehigh Valley has become warehouse central, ground zero for warehouses because of the close proximity to New York City. And they're putting 5 warehouses in my little town within a mile of each other. And there's no place to park trucks. They don't let them in. You know, they have no staging area for the trucks. You have to wait for your appointment time. So I went to the town meeting and I said, where are all, now the warehouses are not all in use yet. So I said, where are all these trucks going to park in this little town when these warehouses all get working? Oh, well, you know, that's the next township over, which is much more rural than this one. And, you know, that's not us, that's them. I said, well, did you ever consider maybe going to the meeting and talking about the impact it's going to have on our little town? Because we have shopping centers and we have McDonald's. I said, any place you can fit a truck, there's going to be a truck. That's just the way it is. And if you tell them they got to move their truck and their electronic log says they can't move, they're not going to move the truck. So between that and then they put a big apartment complex up close by, and now there's traffic everywhere, so I got to get out of here. But I'm looking and looking and looking. I found a nice little town in Arizona I like. It's in the high desert, so it's not so hot. The temperature range is 35 to 101. I can live with that. But, you know, Phoenix area where my nephew lives, that's like 120, 115. I won't deal with that. What I like about Arizona is you can be in Phoenix when it's 115 degrees and drive an hour and a half north and the temperature's 20 degrees lower because, you know, it snows in Flagstaff, but it doesn't snow in Phoenix. So you have kind of the best of both worlds. So I'm looking to be kind of in the middle. I'm sick of the snow and traffic and everything else. It's too crowded around here. When I first moved to this town, it was kind of rural. Then half of New York City moved over here, and now you got commuters that run 100 miles, you know, to go to work, and they're all in a big rush. Rush hour starts at 4:30 in the morning, and everybody's in a big hurry. You can't even relax on a highway anymore around here. It's just everybody's rush, rush, rush. So anyway, that's about all I got, I guess. But the NASCAR race, it was actually a good race, and it was sold out. They had 150,000 people there.
Did they? Okay.
The whole stadium was sold out. Or the whole speedway was sold out. So maybe NASCAR's coming back, or maybe a lot of people were curious about the new car, just like me. I wanted to see, you know, how it worked out. But it was a good race, a lot of action. But I would say Keselowski's new nickname is going to be the Maytag Man because he'll be the loneliest guy in town after taking 2 people out like that. I didn't think that was so hot.
The Maytag Man. That's good.
All right.
Thank you so much, Ranger. Good to hear from you. Check in a little more often. I know you're more like a normal overnight sleeping person. Enjoying retirement, right? But yeah, a little bit behind here, so we'll get our news break. Much more to come. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The fears of a Russian invasion of Ukraine remains. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin telling ABC's This Week that the potential for Russia to invade Ukraine is there.
He's been very deliberate in terms of assembling the right kind of combat and combat support capabilities in the border region. And so he has a number of options available to him now.
Austin is referring to Russian President Vladimir Putin, who has extended military drills near the Ukrainian border that were set to end on Sunday. The Kremlin has denied plans to invade its neighbor. The U.S. and allied countries are bowing sanctions if Russia goes through with the invasion. The cost of renting a 2 or more bedroom property has gone up 19%. That's according to Realtor.com's look at rates across the 50 largest metro areas between December 2020 and 2021. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first. But with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group, and we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, it's a name everyone, well, maybe not everyone, the younger generation may not be familiar with, but I think we've all heard the hit song Convoy back in 1976, C.W. McCall. Yeah, that was the song he was pretty much best known for. But he was indeed a significant figure behind the truck driving craze that took the country by storm back in the mid-'70s. Word is C.W. McCall not doing too well at all. Of course, he is 93 years old now. But he's one of those, what they call the old outlaw country singers. And recently shared that his health care changes. He is in hospice now, battling cancer. So I think he's down to that point where they're, if anyone that's dealt with cancer and the hospice comes in and they're just keeping him comfortable, nurses at home, and I think he lives out in Colorado, Montrose, Colorado. But maybe prayers for the family of C.W. McCall. Despite the unfortunate thing that he's going through right now, he was a few days ago able to mention that he had one happy thing to celebrate. He revealed that he and his wife would be celebrating 7 decades of marriage on Valentine's Day. So just last week, celebrated their 70th anniversary. How about that? So I just thought you'd like to know. And let's get back to the calls here. Heatwave is on board. Morning, Heatwave.
Good morning, senor. How are you this weekend?
I had a good weekend. It was short and sweet. Got to celebrate Rowan's 10th birthday. Had a little party, a little get-together, 10 years. Yeah, he's into double digits now. He was pretty excited about that.
All right. Then pretty soon he'll be a teenager, and then pretty soon he'll be asking Grandpa about women.
Oh,
then asking Grandpa about borrowing the car, and then asking Grandpa if he can wheel him down the aisle so he can be there for his wedding. Yeah, well, congratulations, Roro. I hope you have many, many more birthdays to come. Oh, goodness. Well, yeah, I heard about that Xfinity car just kind of grenading once it hit the security barrier. Did y'all see that? Because I ain't seen that yet.
I have not, no.
Yeah, Eskimo Mom and I were talking, and she was saying that car put a hole in the retaining barrier, but the tires flew off, the engine flew out, and the drive shaft was just rolling down the racetrack. And I thought, my goodness. And they said that was designed to do that. I'm like, that's a lot of foreign objects that could be unintentionally run over, and another car grenades, and you get another car that hits a piece and it grenades. I mean, good night. That's a lot of shrapnel on the highway. So, I don't know if this is what people want. Well, by God, you got it. If you didn't want it, then you're probably in the right frame of mind. But it seems like to me they're getting away from the original intent of what NASCAR really was all about. I mean, you think about it, with all the computers that they got on there, all the sensors, and they're sending all signals back to the pits. And I'm sure they're fine tuning those cars via computer, wireless. I mean, if they're doing that, could they by chance be susceptible to a hack?
Good question.
What do you think?
Anything that's using signals, going through the airwaves and whatnot, would be susceptible, I would feel.
Because I was asking how, if they still had restrictor plate racing. And they're like, well, no, it ain't restricted. It's all computer controlled, And I thought, well, yeah, that's just ripe for the picking right there. So, anyways, other than that, I was in Walsenburg yesterday and getting fuel, and the fuel island cleaner, attendant, whatever you want to call him, comes out and was asking me if I was ready for this big snowstorm. I'm like, what big snowstorm? And my wife, the lady heat wave, I called her up, and she says, yes, we're expecting some more crap coming down first of the week. And I was asking Eskimo Mom, I'm like, what weather applications does she have on her phone? Because she's usually pretty much right on the money. You, on the other hand, are an absolute lock for anything you say that's going to happen as far as weather-wise. It happens. Now, what do you use? Do you have to pay for that particular app that you use, or is it something that you go to on the computer, or what? Because I hate being out in the dark, so to speak.
As far as like the NASCAR app?
No. Weather.
Oh, the weather app.
No.
Oh, I'm used.
Yeah.
I use the AccuWeather radar. I use the Weather Channel. There's a page you can go to. It's like some university that streams all the winter, any severe weather watches live. Especially like when tornado warnings and things like that are being issued. Trying to remember what that's called. It's Kamala, Kama. Kamala.cod.edu. It's the College of DuPage Meteorology. That's anytime there's any sort of severe weather warning or anything of that nature, you can get it immediately.
Is that like a free app, or is that something you have to pay for?
It's a website that's free. I'm sure you don't have to pay for it. It's free.
Oh, okay. Well, that'd be something else I need to add to my apps on my phone. I got enough crap on there to last me forever. But, yeah, okay, well, good. I just hate to be out here stuck in the middle of a blizzard. I didn't know what happened wearing, thong tennis shoes and shorts and a T-shirt with a summertime baseball cap. I hate for that to happen. So, all right. Well, we're heading up here to, as Horse Feathers would call it, lost wages, and turning around, heading back down to SoCal. And then they were talking about sending us to Portland, but then they're talking about sending us to Denver. And it's like, wish they'd make up their damn minds so I know how to dress for the occasion. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
All right. I hear you. All righty. Well, I guess that's about all my nonsense for right now. And maybe in that loneliest hour of radio, I'll call back and we'll chat some more about a whole lot of nothing. How about that?
All right. Sounds like a plan. It is Sunday night, Monday morning. One of those one of the busiest nights in the biz, right? It's 10 before the hour. Yeah, but I got to touch on Ukraine. As all the tension really ratchets up, it really does seem like it's about to break loose. Ukraine is, for all practical purposes, just pretty much completely surrounded by Russian forces from all flanks. But give you the latest what we're hearing just ahead. First, a quick time out. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I just pulled up the email, and lo and behold, speaking of C.W. McCall, got an email from the Big Moose here just a few minutes ago. Said, hey, don't know if you got my voicemail earlier today, but I got some sad news. Bill Fries, a.k.a. C.W. McCall, in the final stages of cancer, hospice called in. He's 93 and likely won't be with us many more hours. But thanks to all his hard work over the years, we will have his music with us forever. I met him in 1994 after his stint as mayor in Colorado and actually had the privilege of playing on stage with him several times. Hopefully, we'll meet again at that old home filler-up and Keep On Truckin' Cafe in the sky. Everybody keep it between the spotted and the solid. There you go. And he sent me a photograph. Okay, there he is. Hey, Big Moose with C.W. McCall on the stage there. Going back a few years, huh? All right, as far as Russia is concerned, Sylvester's been kind of obviously keeping tabs on things very closely. Sent me a couple links. Let's start with this, which he said was posted a short time ago on Russian language media outlet, ukranews.com. I've translated it for you, as it was not on the English version of the website just yet, but it reads, Lithuania warns of Russia's preparations for an attack on Ukraine in the direction of Kyiv. The troops of the Russian Federation are clearly preparing for an invasion of the territory in the direction of Kyiv. Lithuania's foreign minister, Gabrielis Linsbergis, announced this on his Twitter account, stating, quote, Russian troops remain in Belarus, violating all the guarantees of withdrawal. This is a clear preparation for an attack in the direction of Kyiv and a slow annexation of Belarus, he writes. It is worth noting that about 150,000 Russian military and about 30,000 units of military equipment are concentrated near the Ukraine border, located on the territory of the occupied Crimea, along the northern and eastern borders of Ukraine, on the territory of Belarus, and on the unrecognized Republic of, is it Transnistria? Recall on Friday, U.S. President Joe Biden in his address said that Russian President Vladimir Putin had decided to attack Ukraine. And according to the American president, this should happen in the coming days. We also wrote that Russia and Belarus decided to continue their joint military exercises, which we just heard in the news break there at the bottom of the hour. That was supposed to have been completed by now. February the 20th, as a matter of fact, yesterday. So why did he decide to extend that? In addition, on the eve of the uncontrolled Donetsk and Luhansk regions, a general mobilization of men in the army of the so-called DPR and LPR was announced because of the allegedly preparing offensive of Ukraine. He sent me another link here, which I haven't even had opportunity to take a look at just yet, from ukinform.net. Russian occupation forces employed heavy weapons to strike positions near the village of Puksy, outside of Mariupol, now trying to blame for the attack on the armed forces of Ukraine. That's according to a statement by Ukraine's military officials. What are they called? These are like the false flag scenarios. Today, in order to accuse Ukrainian troops of employing heavy weapons and draw the relevant picture for Russian propaganda media, Russian occupation forces carried out yet another provocation by opening fire with heavy weapons on their own positions in the village of Puksy. In particular, it is noted that about 4 o'clock Saturday, the shelling began of the Ukrainian defense positions in the area of Vodane. According to Ukraine's intelligence, at the same time, bursts were recorded in the area of Puksy. This indicates the occupying forces are trying to pass their own firing on positions for a response attack by our military. But by such actions, the invaders, once again demonstrating their cynical and indifferent attitude to the lives and health of civilians, again, says the Ukrainian military. Press service also noted the enemy proceeds with its propaganda methods of waging an information war in order to accuse the armed forces of Ukraine of shelling the civilian population, thus trying to cover up their own insidious moves. Some of the latest stories. We will get back to your calls ahead here. What's on your mind as we close out the weekend? Hope you had a good weekend. Our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The fears of a Russian invasion of Ukraine remains. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin telling ABC's This Week that the potential for Russia to invade Ukraine is there.
He's been very deliberate in terms of assembling the right kind of combat and combat support capabilities in the border region. And so he has a number of options available to him now.
Austin is referring to Russian President Vladimir Putin, who has extended military drills near the Ukrainian border that were set to end on Sunday. The Kremlin has denied plans to invade its neighbor. The U.S. and allied countries are bowing sanctions if Russia goes through with the invasion. The cost of renting a 2 or more bedroom property has gone up 19%. That's according to Realtor.com's look at rates across the 50 largest metro areas between December 2020 and 2021. This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15. Decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
For the first time in more than 3 weeks, the streets of the Canadian nation's capital is quiet. A heavy police presence has replaced the truckers in Ottawa who were protesting COVID-19 protocols like vaccine mandates. Police say they are in the process of towing vehicles from the downtown core and urge people to avoid the area. As of late Sunday morning, nearly 200 arrests have been made and more than 50 vehicles related to the protests have been towed. A rodent infestation at a regional warehouse has prompted discount store chain Family Dollar to recall a wide range of products, including food, cosmetics, and family devices. The products were sold between January 2021 and this month in stores across 6 states, Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Missouri, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Concerns about the infestation has led to the closure of the warehouse in West Memphis, Arkansas, and more than 400 stores. Find news anytime at usaradio.com. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off, as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
California is taking a page from the state of Texas, only they are targeting guns. USA's Wendy King has more from the Pacific Northwest.
California Governor Gavin Newsom announced a package of legislation that would allow private citizens to sue gun manufacturers. Under one bill, anyone could sue manufacturers, distributors, transporters, or sellers of assault-style weapons. The other bill would prohibit companies from advertising certain kinds of weapons to children. Newsom said, "This is not about attacking law-abiding gun owners. It's about stopping the tragic violence that's ravaging communities across the country." The California legislation is modeled after a Texas law that bans abortion approximately 6 weeks after the pregnant person's last menstrual cycle, using a unique enforcement mechanism. It deputizes private citizens rather than the state's executive branch to sue anyone who aids and abets the procedure. Any individual can sue anyone involved in an illegal abortion and win up to $10,000 in court. Earlier this week, gunmaker Remington agreed to pay more than $73 million to settle a lawsuit with several families of victims of the Sandy Hook shooting attack that killed 20 children almost a decade ago. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Here we'll get some of our industry headlines. Who's just joining us? Welcome in. Closing out the weekend, getting a brand new week started here on Monday, 21st of February. There we go. Yeah, I mentioned things really warming up for our friends in the east. New ridge of high pressure is going to drift eastward into the western Atlantic this coming week. AccuWeather explains how the warmth will be transported. The much milder air pushing across the central and eastern states We'll be pushing temperatures 50s, lower 60s here for President's Day today and Tuesday in many eastern cities. Oh, yeah, that's right. It is, technically a holiday, President's Day, so no school for the kids. Don't bother checking your mailbox, right? Banks, I would assume, closed today, those sort of things. Now, over the weekend, Saturday, high temperatures in the low 30s across the metropolitan area of Indianapolis. By later today and Tuesday, you're going to be near 60. Further south, Louisville reported a high temperature 40. On Saturday, you're expected to get into the middle 60s early this week. Similarly, Pittsburgh only hit a daily high of 35 on Saturday. You're jumping into the upper 50s early this week. So further east, temperatures bottomed out in the I-95 corridor late Saturday night. Temperatures in the lower 20s in places like New York City and Philadelphia. Well, by Wednesday afternoon, you're going to soar into the mid-60s there. Now, although the official first day of spring still about a month away, temperatures early this week are going to feel definitely like mid-April rather than late February. This pattern change coming on the heels of a dramatic temperature swing that occurred Friday across the country. That cold front barreled across multiple southern and eastern states late last week, permitting 24-hour temperature changes. You saw changes up to as much as 50-degree drop in high temperatures. Now, the unseasonably warm air is not going to be lasting past midweek, as this upcoming pattern will bring the return to near to slightly below average temperature, with the pair of storms we were talking about last year crossing the country this week, bringing widespread impacts from the west coast to the plains. From accumulating snow and ice to drenching rain, we will be tracking widespread travel disruptions through much of this upcoming week. All right, the Hotshot Secret proudly announces a continued partnership with the Firepunk Diesel race team for the 2022 season. The fastest diesel in the world again will be wearing the Hotshot Secret's distinctive black, chrome, and green look this season, as the Hotshot Secret-sponsored Firepunk Diesel S10 sets out to break its own world record in the Radial versus World Class Lights Out 13, which is coming up next weekend. 23rd through the 27th. Starts in a couple of days, actually, right? This event will be hosted on one of the drag racing's largest stages at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Qualifiers to be held earlier in the week here. Now, last year, if you'll recall, it was this same race that the Hotshot Secret Firepunk Diesel S10 added a new chapter to the drag racing history books as the first ever diesel-powered vehicle to run a 1/8 mile pass in under 4 seconds, shocking the drag racing world with a blistering time of 3.998, 182.67 miles per hour. With Larson Miller behind the wheel, the S10 Pro Mod, powered by D&J Precision Machine-built Cummins-based billet engine known as the Executioner, will compete against the nation's fastest gas-powered cars in an event that many believe will break their own world record due to some off-season improvements. Kyle Fisher, Hotshot Secret's director of branding and promotion, says, "We were overjoyed to announce last February that we were the first diesel to run less than 4-second pass at Lights Out 12, setting the world record, making it the quickest diesel in the world. That 3-second goal has been years in the making and a result of a collaboration between the best companies in the diesel performance industry to get it done. I can tell you, nobody works harder than the Firepunk Diesel team, and it's simply an honor for Hotshot Secret to play our part in the team effort to set the world record, and we're looking forward to watching as they set out to break it again at Lights Out 13. Firepunk Diesel's owner, LaVon Miller, says it was so amazing to set the world record back in February of last year. A super accomplishment for our entire team with a ton of work going into it. Now, based on what we were able to learn from our experience at Lights Out 12, we were able to determine modifications we could make with hopes of breaking our own record. We couldn't do it without our awesome team, Hotshot Secret, D&J Precision Machine, Exergy Performance, Nitrous Express, Metzger Motorsports, Neil Chance Converters, Rustler Transmissions, and many, many more. A truck like this doesn't go this fast without a team of great people and companies supporting it. So Hotshot Secret will also sponsor the live feed of Lights Out 13 from South Georgia Motorsports Park, and you can watch that via flowracing.com. And I guess that means my 1-year subscription to Flow Racing is about to come up. Because it was last year during Lights Out 12, Kyle was down there and he's talking about we may break a record. We may set a new world record here. So I said, I got to see this. I got to be able to tune into this. And I think I paid $150 for a 1-year subscription to Flow Racing. But I think I've got my money's worth out of it. Enjoying all the dirt track racing and lots of racing throughout the past year or so. All right. Meanwhile, let us get back to your calls. It is 844-844-3388. Chevy Guy, are we feeling better? Are we back out on the road? What's going on?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just got to check your dates on some of your snack cakes. They, my wife has a stash. Well, I reach in there and I see some of them Little Debbie snack cakes in there, and I pull them out, start eating them. Of course, my lack of taste and smell, Wasn't until I got pretty near down to the last bite, I said, well, it tastes like I'm eating grease. Look at the date on the box. It was September 2021, expiration dates. So I think Monday gave me the runs. Tuesday, I had fever and chills. Wednesday, I was just weak. It punched the strength right out of me. Thursday, I was feeling good, got out, did a little bit of stuff, a little dizzy, turn your head, still weak. And Friday was just playing hooky. No more, no less. I could have worked, but I went out Friday night, Saturday morning, and worked a full, it ended up being a 15-hour day before I got home, so everything was good. Of course, Friday I get a note in the mail. I've got to do my DOT physical, so I noticed you said something about should have, or was it COVID check, whatever? But
yeah,
shoot, I ain't never bothered with any of that. But sure enough, every time you told somebody you were sick, is it COVID? No, I don't think so. Even so, I told my yard man here at this sawmill, I said, I'm going to come back. I don't know. I ain't been checked. I said, you're the only one that I'll get within arm's length of anybody. You have to get a little bit close to hear what they're saying because it's allowed in the mill. And I said, we're going to have to stay apart. And that's what we done. So Saturday when we worked. But other than that, I'm in contact with almost nobody. But I got the DOT physical coming up. So sometime this week, I guess, I don't know if they're going to ask me or not, about all that. Reason why I called is, thank God I was wrong about the China doing the attack while the sports teams were in their country.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So, hey, I'm glad when I'm wrong when it comes to warfare. I'm
but it would have been an ideal time for them to have ready-made hostages. But I think it's still going to happen, and it's still going to happen soon. And I do think, I don't know, I think it might be the fact that the reason why Russia's holding off is waiting for China. I think they're going to do it together. And I really do. But my opinion, I just drive a truck. I'm wrong. Everybody heard that. Yeah, so doesn't mean I'm right. And if Biden ever does actually stand up to it. Oh, by the way, I was hearing on the news that Russia was building up or doing whatever. Biden, one time we're saying we're supporting NATO, and then another time you're hearing Biden's not going to commit American troops. So, I'm scratching my head on that one. But other than that, we're back. We're glad to be back in the saddle, and we're enjoying just sitting back and enjoying life, enjoying your family. It's all you can do. Take part in our share of American history, and I really feel bad for our neighbors to the north and what they're going through. But it was an example of what governments can do. I mean, I think Bitcoin is now justified when your government starts standing up and dealing with them as a threat or stopping them from being used. That gives them the legitimacy of value. Who would ever think they could come in and Trudeau don't have a problem. He wants everybody vaccinated because he wants the safety of the people, but he don't have a problem about freezing everybody's they're freezing them out of making a house payment or putting food on the table for their babies. So he don't have a problem starving to death or even up there let them freeze to death where they can't pay an electric bill or get heat and all. But it just shows you, and I don't know what it is, but power must be very, very seductive or addictive, because you're just seeing that power is motivating people to do something that we thought would never be seen, even to our neighbors to the north. And I will say this, I don't think we've seen them doing anything until all of a sudden you heard General Motors saying, you got to do something because of our plants. We need, when the corporate masters started getting on the government masters, then that's when you started seeing action. So I believe just pay attention, because I think it's the same thing we're going to see down here, because I don't really see any Republicans standing up for our neighbors to the north for what they're doing, fighting government overreach, let alone standing up for us, fighting government overreach in our own country. So, it's Monday. I'm back at work. No need to be so, drag everybody down. But remember, everybody, I was wrong.
It'll be interesting to see come Wednesday. The first U.S. convoy is going to be setting out. And they're very well aware of it in D.C. The way things are kind of working out, it appears these several convoys may actually be kind of converging in D.C. right about the time of the State of the Union address, which is coming up shortly. Yeah, that's the memo that had gone out from, I believe it was Capitol Police over the weekend there. But with that, let's get a quick 2-minute timeout and much more to come. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual-air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So we pretty much saw the handwriting on the wall last Thursday, heading into Friday, the anticipation that, police were going to move in force there in Ottawa. And indeed, they did. Hundreds of police in riot gear sweeping through the capital Saturday, retaking control of the streets around the Parliament building and appearing to end the siege of Ottawa after 3 weeks of protest. The interim police chief, Steve Bell, said that some smaller protests continued, but the unlawful occupation is over. Now, some protesters vowed to stay on Ottawa streets. One organizer told reporters that they had decided to peacefully withdraw. We will simply regroup as a grassroots movement, he said in a press conference. Police apparently had been brought in from across the country to help in the clearance operation. Bell added that 170 were arrested Friday and Saturday, and multiple investigations had been launched because of weapons seizures. We're not going anywhere until you have your streets back, he said, vowing to go after protesters who do not disperse with financial sanctions and criminal charges. Now, by early Saturday afternoon, protesters were gone from the street in front of Parliament Hill, the collection of government offices that includes the Parliament building, which was the heart of the protests. One protester said they're just trying to push us all away. The main camp is seized now. We are no longer in possession of it. Police said protesters remained aggressive and assaultive and that pepper spray had been used to protect officers. Authorities also said children had been brought right to the police lines, putting children at risk. When they implemented the Emergency Powers Act last week, they had used that apparently to seize 76 bank accounts connected to protesters, totaling roughly $3.2 million. Then on Saturday, they also closed a bridge into the capital from Quebec to prevent a renewed influx of protesters. About midday, protest organizers said they had ordered truckers to move away from Parliament Hill, decrying the police's actions as abuse of power. So we'll see what transpires. Again, he did mention we will kind of just regroup as a grassroots organization. All right, let me see here. Some of our other listening friends checking in this morning. Who we got? Marianne is on board. Hello to Greg from Columbus, Ohio. Liz says, hello, this is Big Moose's girlfriend. Just wanted to say hi. Thank you to all the truck drivers out there for what you do. Smiley face. There's Dora. Hey, Steve, just wanted to send a hello to everyone. Catwoman says, hello, have a great night, stay safe, I love the show. All right, let's see, Buster Brown. Steve, I noticed the replay of yesterday's race there at Daytona will start at 4:30 hours, so 4:30 this morning till 7:30 on Fox Sports 1 this morning. And Lone Ranger, thanks for your call. Please call in more often, brother. Good morning from Central Florida. There's Richard, 61 degrees. Hello to Steve and all the crew out there. Santa Claus, good morning from the Home 20 in Sacramento. I'll be heading out tomorrow night to Nellis. Santa Claus out, 55 degrees here in River City, though. The Crazy Ray, speaking of food poisoning, he said, about a month ago, I ate a can of pineapple that expired in 2014. Now, I did say I didn't get sick, but I wouldn't do it again by accident. 2014, it's a little bit past the expiration date. Yeah, we had talked back Christmas time about kind of cleaning out pantries and whatnot, and how there's a lot of canned foods that they say, I mean, just because a date magically rolls around, technically that best if used by date is for the best taste or whatever for whatever's in the can. But in many cases, they'll last couple years past the expiration date. Now, I don't think I'd ever want to push the envelope from 2014 to 2022. Good golly, Crazy Ray. Do you ever clean out the pantry? Our number, 844-844-3388. Let's check in with Pappy this morning. Hello, Pappy. How we been?
What's happening, Steve? Man, I just wanted to call in and give everybody an update. You know, it's been a while since I called in. I haven't been posting anything on Facebook or anything, but I might get to that here in a couple days. But no, I just wanted to thank everybody again for all their prayers and their thoughts. And I think all the prayers and thoughts took a good toll. We kind of took a good turn these last couple days. The other night, I know I told you this, but I was showing her some photos. She woke up and she managed to stay awake for a couple hours. And I was showing her some photos of her cousins, aunts, and everybody. And she could whisper. She can't really talk because of the trait that's in her. But she was whispering the girls' names, her cousins' names and whatnot. So that was extremely relieving, that, hey, man, she's recognizing people, So today her Aunt Tina was up there, and she brought in a little, eraser board, right? And gave it to Mercedes, and Mercedes wrote L.A. on it and circled the A. And what she was trying to say was she wanted to talk to her sister, Amanda, who is out in L.A., right? That's where she lives. And she circled the A for her name, Amanda. She wanted to FaceTime her, get her on the phone and FaceTime her. So, with that said, I think the brain bleed has stopped. It's not bleeding anymore, which is an excellent sign. They are going to do an MRI on her tomorrow. So I just got home a little while ago, took a shower, rolled me some cigarettes for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right? And So I think what they're going to do is do this MRI. And as long as the MRI comes back okay, they're going to look at her head and her spine. If everything's okay, they're going to take this neck collar off of her. It's been on her since the crash. And, then I think they're really going to start toning down on any of the sedatives that they're giving her, because they're still giving her some, and start trying to do some real therapy. So, once she really kind of wakes up and gets the fog out of her head, so to speak, I'm pretty confident, Steve. I think she's going to be okay. I mean, can't say that for 100% surety right now, but I can tell you, I'm really relieved when I showed her that little picture of her cousin Peanut, that she whispered her name.
How about that?
And I was like, holy moly. So thanks again for all the prayers and everything. I truly believe that all these prayers and thoughts had something to do with her recovery here. So listen, I just wanted to call in and give you all an update. I thought you all deserved it. I know it's been a while since I called in and kind of gave everybody an update. I apologize, but I think everybody can understand. And it's just been a rough couple weeks here.
No kidding. So, you think?
I think we're going to get through it, and I appreciate everything. And Steve, the only other thing I will say about Canada, and I'm going to get off here. I don't believe there was one window broken. I don't believe there was one business that was vandalized. I don't believe there was one fire started, one building burnt down. You correct me if I'm wrong, because I've been out of tune here for a couple weeks. But I don't think any of that happened. So that's just food for thought there of what they're doing to these protesters, right? With that said, it was strictly peaceful.
Peaceful protests, correct.
The only peaceful protest that we have seen in the last couple of years, and boy, did they come down hard on them. So, just food for thought.
Yep.
But, all right. I appreciate everybody's prayers. God love you all, and I appreciate it, Steve. Have a good night.
Hey, thank you so much for the update. Yep, let's hope things continue to go that direction. That's good news. We could use a bit of good news. All right, hello to Bart. Great show. I think you love that Hollywood voice you have, Steve. 43 here in Dayton, Ohio at this hour. Yeah, we're looking at what? I'm showing 46 outside the secret bunker, 44 officially at the international airport here. And we return after this. Red Mule got you coming up next year, after which clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The fears of a Russian invasion of Ukraine remains. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin telling ABC's This Week that the potential for Russia to invade Ukraine is there.
He's been very deliberate in terms of assembling the right kind of combat and combat support capabilities in the border region. And so he has a number of options available to him now.
Austin is referring to Russian President Vladimir Putin, who has extended military drills near the Ukrainian border that were set to end on Sunday. The Kremlin has denied plans to invade its neighbor. The U.S. and allied countries are bowing sanctions if Russia goes through with the invasion. The cost of renting a 2 or more bedroom property has gone up 19%. That's according to Realtor.com's look at rates across the 50 largest metro areas between December 2020 and 2021. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first. But with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group. And we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, back at it here. I'm looking at another update out of Ottawa. It says, while most trucking associations in North America have either condemned the truckers leading the Freedom Convoy or chosen not to comment at all, One group is speaking out following the weeks-long protest. Of course, the Prime Minister last week invoked the never-before-used Emergencies Act. Yes, effectively suspending the civil liberties of the protesters. This authoritarian-style power grab, giving the federal government extraordinary powers, meant to defend against severe and imminent threats to the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of the country that supposedly would not be able to be dealt with in any other way. Now, as a result, Trudeau's government taking the unprecedented actions, seizing rigs, revoking insurance, pressuring banks to freeze business and personal accounts, suspending or canceling commercial vehicle operators' registration certificates. While the Canadian Trucking Alliance, Canada's largest trucking group, praised the Prime Minister's extreme treatment of the protesting truckers, the Small Business in Transportation Coalition is urging the Parliament to reject the use of the Emergencies Act. The American small business trucking industry will not stand idly by while our trucker brothers to the north are abused in this fashion and their rights trampled on. According to the SBTC executive director, we implore Parliament to terminate this inhumane abuse immediately and figure out another way to resolve this conflict. Now, the SBTC serves 15,000 dues-paying truckers and motor carrier members throughout North America, about 500 located in Canada. Make no mistake, this is no longer about freedom to make medical decisions. This is now about government's tyrannical use of emergency powers meant to deal with terrorists, to quash dissent and inflict economic harm on individual protesters who are invoking their right to petition their government for redress of grievances. Mr. Trudeau is essentially saying, shut up and do what I say, or I will fine you, imprison you, and starve you and your children into submission by freezing your bank accounts. These are not the actions of an honorable, humane government. Now, they do say a vote in the House of Commons to revoke the Emergencies Act is expected sometime early this week. The legislative body is comprised of 338 members, consisting of 159 liberals, 119 conservatives, 32 bloc Quebecian members, and 25 new Democratic Party members, 2 representing the Green Party and 1 independent. They say a simple majority vote is needed to revoke the measure. So I guess that would be very, very close, right? We'll see. That may be today, tomorrow. For what it's worth, as they've essentially cleared out the ongoing protest in Ottawa at this point in time. But good morning, Red Mule. What's going on?
Now, Steve, you mentioned, was it the Canadian Truckers Association? Is that the same as the ATA?
If I had to wager a guess, I think that's pretty much along the same line. Because, I mean, for them to actually be praising the action to shut them down.
So we're really not surprised that they did that.
No.
No, I wouldn't think so. And I understand the Teamsters is opposed to it too. Is that right?
Best of my knowledge, yeah. I mean, I think they're the big thing they're all against is blocking the bridges and blocking the ability for people to get from point A to point B.
Well, Steve, I'm like every other trucker. I got my own idea, and like I told you before, I wouldn't join a protest over truckers' issues, but I will join one over something else. But hey, if I was in that situation and they told me to leave, I'd leave. But I'll be back in a month.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be back next month after that, and next month after that. I go cross country, coast to coast, almost twice a month. You know, if they get a blockade on Washington, D.C., I can be up there, you know, a month from now and 2 months from now, if that's what it's going to take to do something on it. So, I don't know, Steve, I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do here. My big interest, I'd like to get some attention on this term limits. I tried to get hold of them boys. I didn't realize that they'd changed it from termlimits.org to termlimits.com, and I had phone numbers for them, and it's been so long since I've talked to them, I haven't been able to get hold of anybody, so I'm trying to figure out what they're going to do on that. So, Steve, changing the subject there, I'm glad to hear Pappy's daughter's doing better. It's got to be awful frustrating, both for her and the family as well, feeling the helplessness there, but I'm glad she's doing better. How's Knucklebuster's daughter doing? She doing better?
He did call in last week, and I think she's making progress, but she's got a way to go.
Well, prayers and best wishes for her on that. Steve, Lone Ranger brought up a couple of things there. He's talking about the Californians coming into Arizona. Neighbor across the street from me just sold his house for not quite double what I paid for mine 2 years ago, and my house is bigger than his. Somebody from California had never seen a thing. Those people are just fleeing that state left and right, and in a minute I want to come back to that. And the other thing Ranger brought up was the fuel prices, and we talked about that. I went back and calculated my last cross-country trip, and my fuel costs came out to be right at 28% of my revenue. Now, I know the big boys, they like to get 25%, and maybe they do, I don't know. I generally don't hit it. I generally about 27, 28%. And like I say, that was 2 weeks ago. This load I brought out here this week, they paid me $400 more than what they paid me 2 weeks ago. And if that's going to be enough to cover the fuel costs or not, I don't know. But, 28% seems pretty high, but they raised the rates so much that when I come back to that other 72%, I'm still making a little bit of money here. So, if they get a protest going, I got a little bit of money I can take some time off. But actually right now, Steve, I'm doing a little TNT. Steve, you familiar with the old truckers, the old farmer saying that if it has tires or blank, you're going to have problems with it?
I think I've heard that a time or two. Yeah.
Alternator's gone out on my reefer, and I'm sitting here charging it up off the truck before I go to bed. So that's a little bit of TNT. Steve, you've heard a lot of truck driver stories over the years, and some of them may even be true. If you got a minute, I can tell you a couple here this morning.
Go ahead, lay it on us. Happy, Monday, right? It's a slow night typically anyway.
Now, this first one here, these are related, but this first one here, this falls in the category of every time you think you heard it all. Last week, a week ago Thursday, I got out there to California and unloaded, and had a load lined up, and it wasn't a good load. But, let me come back to that. Anyhow, Friday, I'm down there in Anaheim loading, and the place I've loaded before, and they're pretty good to work with you as far as load time and everything. I got in there early, and so I started my reefer up, and getting a pretty cool before I went in there, and started the truck up, and I wandered around waiting for the reefer to cool down. Went past the front of the truck, see oil pouring out by my right tire. Popped the hood, and it's coming out of my oil filter. What the heck? It got loose, and so I shut the engine off, tried to tighten it down, couldn't tighten it down pretty tight. And so I started calling around trying to find somebody come bring me a new oil filter, change oil filter. I had 11,000 miles on that oil change, and I guess what happened, they tightened the filter too tight and it broke. But anyhow, got this outfit, and they come out there, said it would be here in 30 minutes. They got there in 3 hours. And, got out there, and a couple of Hispanic guys in their mid-30s, and one, about three-quarters smart mouth, trying to talk to me in Spanish. And after I smart mouthed him back in my limited Spanish a couple of times, he and I got along pretty good. And they did a good job, Steve, changed the filter out and cleaned everything up real good. And they charged me about $100 more than they said they was going to, but, what the heck's Friday afternoon, and so they paid the money, and he got ready to go. And Steve, that's where it got real interesting, I think. got ready to go, and so I asked this guy, I said, well, you got a business card in case I ever need to call you out again? He said, no, we don't give out business cards. I said, for Don, I mean, really? And he said, no, really. See, I thought he was putting me on that they didn't give out business cards. He said, we don't give out business cards. I said, what are you talking about? And he said, no, I'll tell you why. He said, if I give you a business card and you give it to the second guy and he gives it to the third guy and he calls us out at night and we go out there, he said 3 times we've gone out on those service calls and they pulled a gun and stole our van. And this is, pretty nice Sprinter type van, all the flashing lights and everything. I said, we got $100,000 in them. Now, I don't know if they probably did. But he said 3 times we've gone out there and they've stolen the van. And I said, well, I guess I'm lucky I got you guys to come out for me. He said, no, not really. He said, you're not local. He said, we won't come out for somebody that's local that we don't know, but since you are local, we came out for you. Now, Steve, doesn't that sound like discrimination to you?
Yeah, to some extent it does. I don't know. I guess, can they make their own decisions who they want to go out? And I mean, just because they're there doesn't mean they have to come out?
I guess not. And, I'm sure they determined that from the fact that my phone number was a Utah phone number. But I think the guy I talked to, I'm pretty sure was Hispanic. And he told me that they thought they were stealing those vans and taking them to Mexico, running them down from L.A. to Mexico. So it kind of sounded to me like might be Hispanic guys who were doing. So it kind of sounded to me like, they might be more willing to do business with a white man than they would be with a Hispanic. And, if it's past experience that they're going on, you can't blame them for it. But, man alive, it's just another sign of the crazy world we're living in. But, Steve, I had another experience here I want to run by you. And this is, recall that old Louis Grizzard comedy routine? I don't believe I'd have told that one. This falls into that category, and I shouldn't tell it on myself, but it's funny after it happened. So Thursday morning when I get in there to unload, like I say, I had a load, but I'll try and find a better one. And I got done unloading. I said, I said, all right, if I just pull out here on the street and park for a little bit. He said, I'll just go back over there and park lot where you were and park by those other trucks. You'll be all right. So I went over and back in, and I called the broker and got online and everything, couldn't find anything. And the broker, he was going to be looking for loads. And so I got back in there, Steve, and the parking lot was tilted to the left pretty good. And so when I got done, I laid down with my head to the right, and a bunch of guys are going to know where I'm going with this. I laid down there and I dozed off about 15 minutes or so. And phone rang. It's a spam call, but you dead sleep and jump up, try and get the phone, and think it might be a broker with load and this, that, and the other. I forgot which way I was laying and turned the wrong way, Steve. Make a long story short, I fell out of the bunk, laying there on the floor of the cab, had my feet up on the cooler, and I couldn't get up, Steve. I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on. And anyhow, I got it straightened out and everything. And so I had to wanted to go on into town there, go to the bank, a couple other things. So there's a place there off of 60 where I'm shopping center and industrial area. I can park back in there. So I went on in there, and I know I hit my head there because my tender spot above my left eye there when I got up next day. But anyhow, Steve, I'm going in there after I'd done this and getting off the freeway, and I had the radio turned off and got myself singing this. Steve, some of them songs, that achy breaky hearts, get that thing in your head.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I caught myself singing this song when I pulled off the freeway. Something about, doesn't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you get it all on the Steve Sommers radio. Oh, Big Moose, he had that song in my head, and I guess it just got knocked out when I hit my head there coming out. But I thought it was pretty funny. So, hey, Steve, give us a little more details on this NASCAR race. Who's this hand that won that thing? I don't believe I ever heard of him before.
Oh, Austin Cindric. I think he's a very, very young driver.
He driving a Ford?
That is correct, a Ford. Believe it or not, I think there were only 2 Toyotas in the top 10 and 1 Chevrolet in the top 10. It's probably why we haven't heard from Monkey Gouger.
I thought I didn't see that Chevrolet in there. I thought maybe, what was it, 3 years ago that they didn't field a team? I thought maybe Chevrolet wasn't going to field a team again this year or something. So that's all I got this morning, Steve.
Thank you for checking in there, Ed Mule. Keep us up to date if you're going to join that convoy or no. Yeah, Austin Cindric in his brand new NASCAR ride takes it to victory lane on celebrating the team owner, Roger Penske's 85th birthday. Yeah, Cindric drove a masterful race at Daytona. And the Ford drivers, they all got on the same page. They were all synced up. They pretty much did that all week. Yeah, then executing their plan to perfection Sunday night, Ford drivers pushed each other over 500 miles and were all bunched together for that final restart in overtime. Cindric was the leader on the restart on the top and pulled out to a pretty sizable gap, then dropped out of the bottom line in front of Team Penske teammate Ryan Blaney. So Blaney and Cindric could work together over those final 2 laps to the finish. Blaney on the final lap made his move, trying to get the lead. Bubba Wallace ducked low for his own look at the front. Yeah, Cindric slid up to block Blaney, but still had to hold Wallace in a drag race. There was a crash behind the leaders that brought out the caution once again. Cindric was ruled the leader, thus the winner. It's the first career Cup victory for the 23-year-old who was promoted from the Xfinity Series to replace Brad Keselowski in the number 2 Ford and run for NASCAR's Rookie of the Year honors. Wallace ultimately finished second for the second time in his career, followed by a trio of other Ford drivers: Chase Briscoe, Blaney, Eric Almirola. Kyle Busch was 6th to join Wallace as the only Toyota drivers in the top 10. Michael McDowell was 7th, followed by David Reagan and Keselowski, and finally Chase Elliott in the only Chevrolet to finish inside the top 10. Almost did not have a Chevy in the top 10 there. News update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The Russia-Ukraine crisis remains front and center of mind for the U.S. and its allies.
While attending the Munich Security Conference, Vice President Harris said they've seen Russia do this type of thing before. She said this to Ukrainian President Zelensky.
The United States takes seriously the importance of the integrity and the territorial integrity of Ukraine and your sovereignty. And the United States stands with Ukraine.
She also said there would be a swift and united response if an invasion does take place. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
For the first time since the pandemic began, Australia will reopen its borders to international visitors on Monday. Its citizens and residents have been allowed to travel in and out of the country. This is USA Radio News.
Billy Gerard, I'm here with George D., a longtime user of Revive One. George, tell me, how has Revive One changed your life?
I've had some plantar fasciitis on the bottoms of my feet that have been really hurting. There wasn't anything that could relieve them quickly except for the Revive. Yeah, I've tried all kinds of other products that have been available. Well, I just want to say, with the Revive product, I can see almost an instantaneous improvement. It's a great product.
Not available in stores or on Amazon. Get your yours factory direct at painfreeland.com. That's painfreeland.com. Use coupon code SAVE20 for 20% off and free shipping. Pain relief or your money back at painfreeland.com or call 877-577-2289. Not available in stores or on Amazon. Painfreeland.com. Coupon code SAVE20. The active ingredient in Revive One has been shown to temporarily relieve pain associated with arthritis, muscle strains, sprains, and more. Use only as directed.
A rodent infestation at a regional warehouse for Family Dollar has prompted the discount store chain to recall a wide range of products, including food and cosmetics. The products were sold between January 2021 and February of this year at stores across 6 states. Those states are Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Missouri, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Concerns about the infestation has led to the closure of the warehouse located in West Memphis, Arkansas, and more than 400 stores. A Realtor.com analysis across the 50 largest metro areas of properties with 2 or more bedrooms rose more than 19% between December 2020 and December 2021. Miami saw the biggest jump with a median rent of $2,850 a month. That's nearly 50% higher than the previous year. For news anytime, log on to usaradio.com. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off, as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
Queen Elizabeth II tested positive for COVID-19. The UK's longest-serving monarch is experiencing cold-like symptoms. The 95-year-old Queen is expected to continue with light duties over the coming weeks. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson wished the Queen a swift recovery and a rapid return to vibrant good health. The streets of Ottawa, Canada, around Parliament Hill, will likely be off limits for now as police make sure protesters don't return. The demonstrations, led by a convoy of truckers, were against the Canadian government's COVID protocols. Protesters occupied the downtown area for more than 3 weeks before the national government evoked emergency powers. By Sunday afternoon, police announced they had made more than 190 arrests and laid less than 400 charges against more than 100 people. The Beijing Winter Olympics is over. The second overall Olympiad that took place during the current pandemic was marked with a Russian substance scandal, COVID restrictions strictly enforced by the authoritarian government of China, and at least in America, low ratings on NBC. The Winter Games will return in 2026 from Milan. 2 drunk women from New Jersey brawled at the happiest place on earth. Disney World officials in Florida say the sisters began with dinner and drinks, followed by an argument, and ended with the younger sister partially naked. No charges were pursued. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty. Hey there. Good morning. Welcome back on a Monday. Work our way to the 21st day of February. And for our friends listening via tncradio.live, immediately following our program, 5 Eastern Time this morning, TNCRadio.live or the TNCRadio.live app. Stan Campbell and our Canadian friends from the Trucker Radio Show going to the dogs this morning. That's right, this week's show has the best in canine country music. Well, they say it's amazing how many great country songs involve our four-legged friends. And along with the music, got some news, interviews, even a dog-related doofus driver story. So music, fun, information on the Trucker Radio Show with Stan Campbell. Then stick around with TNC Radio Live for the morning grind starting at 9 Eastern, 8 Central. Tom Kelly, Jamie Chase, and the captain, Tom Kirk, bring you the latest news, traffic, weather, and a few laughs along the way. Yeah, I heard him mention there the winter games have ended. All right, I'll be honest. I did tune in to just a little bit of some of the coverage over the weekend. Maybe a couple of hours in total. I did watch a little bit of the curling action. A little bit. I just caught the tail end of some of the bobsled competition, but didn't overall watch much anything over the 2 weeks. I did see a story about a Finnish skier that competed in the cross-country event at the Games. He finished in 28th place after suffering perhaps the strangest malady of this year's Winter Games, a frozen penis. Ouch. Reuters reports Remi Lindholm, a skier on Team Finland, began suffering frostbite on his third pole during the 50-kilometer mass start race event Sunday. The event itself was conducted under such brutal, frigid conditions that the race was delayed by an hour and then shortened to 30 kilometers instead of 50 to protect the competitors who wore a thin layer. You can guess which body part was a little frozen when I finished, according to Lindholm. It was one of the worst competitions I've been in. I was just about battling through. Despite the frozen appendage, he still managed to place in the middle of the field in what was a 60-skier event. Of course, falling roughly 4 minutes short of the medal winners, but 16 minutes ahead of the back of the pack. Yet Reuters notes that somehow this isn't the first time his penis was frozen mid-race. A similar incident happened during a cross-country skiing event in Finland last year. Immediately after the race, he sought release in the form of a waiting heat pack. When the body parts started to warm up after the finish, the pain, he said, was just unbearable. Either way, they said his injury did not prevent him from enjoying the nation's surprise gold medal in the men's hockey event, as well as the closing ceremonies. I've had some near frostbit hands, and, when they start to thaw, yes, the pain, it's like your hands are on fire. I could not imagine it. Can't fathom that feeling down below. Wow. Okay. Hey, what's going on with the Eagle this Monday morning?
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, Eagle, what's happening? How was your weekend?
Yeah, I'm still down here in Daytona. I told you I was going to the race last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to the race today. I'm gonna start off by saying this, Steve, before I start talking about Daytona car race today. I'm gonna go back to what Dale Earnhardt said a long time ago, way back in 2001, before he lost his life at Daytona in a car wreck. They had some pretty massive car wrecks over the weekend. The one on Saturday night, pretty bad. Looked like a man could have lost his life, but somehow he walked away. Dale Earnhardt said a long time ago, Steve, he said that we'll race like this until somebody gets killed, and that's exactly what's going to happen at Daytona. They'll race like that until another man loses his life. Another guy got turned over today during the race. Luckily, he wasn't uninjured. He went flat up, upside down. The roof of the car hit the track, and luckily there was no injuries involved. But it's just a matter of time. Luckily, he had his seatbelt on real tight. I think that's part of the reason why Earnhardt got killed in his accident, because his belts wasn't tight and he broke his neck, snapped his neck. So that's the best advice I can give to drivers right now is you better make sure your belts are tight, because there's going to be accidents when you got a pack of cars. Like I said, it's not racing, Steve. Like I said, I went to the race, because somebody gave me the tickets, and other than that, I wouldn't have went. Even though I like the Daytona, but it's not racing. Like I say, when you got 40 cars, when you got 20 or 30 cars on the same lap at the end of the race, that's not racing. When everybody got the same equipment, you just slap a different logo on the car, and every car looks alike, whether it's a Toyota or a Ford. But like I say, it's entertaining, but it really doesn't prove who has the best car as far as I'm concerned. You just have to be the most luckiest driver when they throw the checkered flag. But it was a good weekend. I ain't gonna never turn down a free ticket for something. So that's the reason why I went. But I'll be leaving out of Daytona tomorrow. Get back on the road again. Headed to Ohio. Well, I might be going to Ohio. I'm not sure what it is, Yosemite. But yeah, like I said, it was a good race. But like I say, Chevrolet totally got shut out. They did good in the qualifying. I thought for sure that Chevy would run better than what they did. They didn't run good at all. Nobody. Well, they had one guy that was doing good, and he got spun out by Keselowski. He caused Keselowski. I don't know how much damage he caused yesterday. He probably wrecked out at least 20 to 30 cars yesterday with his aggressive driving. So like I say, we'll see what happens in the next couple of minutes. They go to California next week, and we'll be able to. I think we'll see a better race when they get to California. And one other thing I want to say about NASCAR, Steve, that I don't like I say, it's starting to change, just like truck driving is. I never thought that I would be driving an automatic truck right now. Believe me, I'm not happy about it, but that's the technology that we have right now. When I started driving, they had manual transmissions, and now just, most trucks now are automatics, and they even go into the same deal in a NASCAR. It's a shame what they've done to the NASCAR. They got computerized dashboards, and now they even took the lug nuts off of the trucks, off the cars, Steve. They just have a one lug nut like an Indy car. You got one bolt that holds the damn tire on the car. They don't have like 7 or 8 nuts on there like they used to have. So it's slowly but surely changing into a so-called modern day sport, and I don't particularly like it, but that's the way it goes. Now, let's talk about the truck driver situation in Canada, Steve. I tell you what, those truck drivers in Canada, man, I tell you what, they totally got screwed. This is a message for all the truck drivers in the U.S. that's thinking about protesting. You might want to think twice before doing that, my man. That guy Justin Trudeau, Steve, I don't know if you've seen the video over the weekend. I watched it, and I watched it very closely, brother. He sent in riot squads, military-style riot squads over the weekend. These guys were equipped with tear gas, baseball bats, AR-15 rifles. And none of those truck drivers had no guns in their possession, as far as I know. But somebody forgot to tell Justin Trudeau that, Steve, because them guys went in there and I don't know if you've seen it on video. They basically busted the windows out of some of these trucks. Any truck driver that didn't want to get out of his truck when these so-called military showed up, they busted the glass out of the man's truck, yanked him out of the truck, pulled him out onto the ground, placed him in handcuffs, and took him to jail, Steve. And guess what happened to these trucks? All them trucks that was parked in front of the Parliament in Canada were told. And from what I'm understanding tonight, Steve, I thought that after that man, the driver got out of jail, that his truck would be returned to him. But guess what? I thought wrong. They said that those trucks are being auctioned off by the Canadian government. The Canadian government is in possession of all those trucks that was parked in Ottawa. And not only did the truck driver lose his job, not only did he lose his went to jail, he also lost his truck. Are you still there, Steve?
Yes, sir.
He also lost his truck. Like I say, Trudeau took it way too far. He treated those truck drivers like these people were terrorists or trying to overthrow the government. These people weren't doing nothing such. They were out there just making a simple, peaceful protest. None of them truck drivers tried to do anything aggressive toward law enforcement, yet they were treated like animals. In the way that they handled the situation was totally uncalled for. The guy never even came to the table, Steve. Trudeau, 3 weeks has gone past since that strike first started, and Trudeau has yet to talk to not one truck driver about the situation, and he still hasn't talked to no truck driver. Only thing he could see was putting people in jail and taking away their livelihood. It's really a shame. If I was a truck driver in Canada, Steve, I don't know what somebody's situation. If I was a truck driver in Canada right now, I would be trying to find me another place to live. I would no longer continue to live in Canada as long as Trudeau is in the leadership as president of that country. I would be trying to find, whether it's the USA or any other country for that matter, I would not continue as a truck driver in Canada under those conditions that this man is placing the Canadian truckers on under. It's their decision. But if I was one of them guys, I'd be getting the hell out of town, because it's ridiculous the way this man is abusing his power there in Canada. Now, like I said, I don't know what's going to take place over the next few weeks in the United States of America with this protest. We'll see how it turns out on that deal. But I know this for a fact, Steve. I've been to Washington, D.C. And first of all, you're not going to get a truck into Washington, D.C. even close to the White House, because they have concrete barriers all over in downtown Washington, D.C. I would love to see how these truck drivers are going to somehow bring their truck into Washington. It's not going to happen. They might get to the beltway around Washington, D.C. They might get that close, but I promise you, they're not going to park their trucks in front of the White House like they did in Canada. It's just not going to happen. So they can think what they want to think, and they're going to end up finding a loop. But like I say, it's going to come out to nothing, Steve. The protest basically is a waste of time in the United States, because Joe Biden is just like Trudeau. He's not going to sit down at the table with no truck driver and listen to their command. Listen to the problems that we're having out on the road. It's not going to happen. So basically the protest, you just burning up unnecessary fuel, driving from Canada to Washington, D.C., losing money out of your pocket, revenue that you could be making while you're driving your truck. Nothing is going to take place. I promise you, a year from now, we'll still be talking about how truck drivers are being disrespected and not getting the money that we deserve, because this protest is going to amount to nothing. And like I said, all you got to do is look and see what happened in Canada over the past week. The same thing is going to happen in the United States of America. Simple as that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Boy, a lot of differing opinions out there, that is for sure. One thing Justin Trudeau proved this past week, though, he proved that he's a communist. In my eyes, that's one man's opinion. That's the way I see it. Trying to tell you, absolute power grab, implementing an act that had really nothing to do with what was taking place there in Ottawa. Now, Eagle just mentioned auctioning those trucks off. Yeah, apparently Ottawa's mayor suggests that indeed they may just auction some of those vehicles off that were seized by police over the weekend to pay for some of the policing costs. Now, as of Saturday, police had towed 53 vehicles from downtown streets. Speaking on CTV News Ottawa, Watson said this could be a chance to recoup some of the cost of the massive police operation. I've asked our city manager, for instance, how we can take possession of all those trucks that have been towed. How can we confiscate those and sell the trucks to help pay for some of our cost? I don't think the taxpayers of Ottawa should be paying for this multi-million-dollar bill that we're going to be saddled with because of the irresponsibility and the illegal activities of a bunch of truckers and others who showed little regard for our community and its people. Earlier in the day, the mayor said he believed the Federal Emergencies Act that Trudeau had implemented would allow them to do this. These people have cost the taxpayers millions and millions of dollars. That's only police costs. Yeah, that's counting all the extraordinary costs the city has to absorb. By law, fire, paramedics, public works people, he said, it should not be up to the taxpayers to pay for these extraordinary costs through their property taxes. We need to ding those people who've caused this chaos. The city treasurer at some point indicated the cost of the city was running approximately $1 million per day. And we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, I see under the industry headlines, a semi-truck driver lost his life in an overnight crash on I-80-90 in Indiana over the weekend, the toll road near Shipshewana. The 45-year-old driver was hit by another semi that veered off the road coming straight toward him just after midnight Sunday morning. Indiana State Police got to the scene at the toll road's westbound 114-mile marker and found 2 semis. One was parked on the shoulder with the cautionary triangles, and another had crashed into the nearby ditch. Troopers found the driver, Nurdinov, severely injured and unresponsive in that same ditch. They tried life-saving measures, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. Investigation revealed he was driving a 2019 Volvo that police say had run out of gas. So he pulled over to the shoulder, got out of his truck, and police said he stood well off the road in the ditch to call his trucking company dispatcher. That's when 35-year-old Joseph Jett from Pennsylvania in a 2022 Freightliner across the road's white fog line hit the back of Nerdinov's truck, sideswiped the cab, veered off the road, and then crashed through the guardrail, running over Nerdinov and finally coming to a stop when he hit a concrete wall. Police say Jett was wearing a seatbelt during the crash. His airbags did work. He was not injured, but was taken to the hospital for evaluation. Drugs and alcohol not suspected factors, but Jett voluntarily submitted to chemical testing. Investigation found both semis significantly damaged, towed away for inspection. Of course, things were shut down to one lane for hours while the crash and the debris had to all be cleaned up there. All right, then we've got the case of a truck driver accusing CBD companies, CBD oil. This has been an ongoing topic for years now. Accusing CBD companies of costing him his job after he tested positive for marijuana is taking his case to federal appeals court, potentially setting precedent for federally regulated CDL holders who consume those CBD products. Douglas Horn, a former over-the-road hazmat trucker, is requesting the Second Circuit Court of Appeals to settle a dispute in his lawsuit against San Diego-based Medical Marijuana Incorporated and Denver-based Dixie Elixirs and Edibles. Now, last September, a New York federal district court judge dismissed his civil racketeer-influenced and corrupt organization claims. That decision leaves Horn's case with only one of 9 original claims, and that's fraudulent inducement. So with the lawsuit barely a shell of its former self, Horn is contesting the dismissal of RICO claims. CBD products, he says, are legal in the United States as long as they contain no more than 0.3% THC. Although federal law prohibits marijuana products, 37 states do allow marijuana for medicinal purposes. About half of those states actually allow recreational use of marijuana. Now, even if truckers live in a state permitting marijuana use, they can still lose their CDL if they test positive for THC. Since over-the-road professional drivers are federally regulated, federal drug testing laws supersede any state law. Consequently, consuming CBD products can be risky for interstate truck drivers. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and the U.S. Department of Transportation both have advised CBD use among drivers against using these products. This is not the only time this has happened. February of 2012, Horn suffered injuries in a crash. Several months after the crash, he looked into natural medicine as an alternative to the prescription medication he was taking because of the crash. About 6 months later, he responded to a High Times magazine ad from Dixie Botanicals regarding an industrial hemp product called Dixie X. The ad stated the product contained 0.000 THC, the psychoactive compound in marijuana that makes you high. Rather, the product contained CBD, cannabis oil. Now, of course, along with THC, CBD is one of 113 cannabinoids in marijuana. But Dixie claimed that the product was good for treating inflammation and pain. October of that year, he had to submit to a random drug screening as required by the DOT. A few days later, he was told he had tested positive for a high level of THC. He was subsequently fired. He had worked for this company for 10 years and had driven proficiently for nearly 30 years. So following his termination, he bought some more of the Dixie X CBD oil to have a laboratory independently test the product. The laboratory explained to Horn they could not return the product to him after discovering it contained levels of THC well over the federal limits per the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration regulations, and it was therefore illegal. All right, so again, that's the risk you're taking by using those sort of products. And we know THC is one of those kind of things that lingers in the body. It kind of builds up over time. People taking the CBD sometimes, I guess you could take it once or twice, here or there, and it may not show up on a drug test. But if you're using the product, once, twice, 3 times daily, over a period of time, the numbers are going to continue to go up and up and up, and eventually you will likely fail a drug test. All right, news break time. Back to your calls ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The fears of a Russian invasion of Ukraine remains. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin telling ABC's This Week that the potential for Russia to invade Ukraine is there.
He's been very deliberate in terms of assembling the right kind of combat and combat support capabilities in the border region. And so he has a number of options available to him now.
Austin is referring to Russian President Vladimir Putin, who has extended military drills near the Ukrainian border that were set to end on Sunday. The Kremlin has denied plans to invade its neighbor. The U.S. and allied countries are bowing sanctions if Russia goes through with the invasion. The cost of renting a 2 or more bedroom property has gone up 19%. That's according to Realtor.com's look at rates across the 50 largest metro areas between December 2020 and 2021. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first. But with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group, and we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, we shared with you the story about the driver who was shot in a road rage incident along I-75 last week in Georgia on the interstate there. In all the chaos, his dog went missing. So they put out the Be on the Lookout. The driver, 42-year-old Jason Matten, shot on northbound I-75 near the Hickory Grove overpass. This was in Cobb County last week. According to Fox 5 Atlanta, police believe Matten was shot by another motorist. He is in stable condition after suffering serious injuries, though. But his dog, Susie, spooked by the shooting and the subsequent investigation, went missing shortly after the incident. Police were notified of the missing dog, but unable to locate her at the time of the incident. But a Good Samaritan has found the dog, contacted police to notify them that they had located Susie and were able to catch her and bring her home. She is warm and being fed. Now, Susie's staying with the Good Samaritan, who says we'll take care of her until Matten either recovers or makes arrangements for somebody else to come get her. Police, meanwhile, are still searching for the suspect in that shooting. Of course, over the weekend, we had the 6 states enforcement blitz: Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, Pennsylvania, forget who all else. Looks like starting this week, the Arizona Department of Public Safety announcing a multi-agency commercial vehicle enforcement effort will be taking place in the southern part of the state this week. From Tuesday through Friday on Interstate 10 from Phoenix to the New Mexico state line and on Interstate 19 to the international border. Purpose of the enforcement effort to target hazardous driving violations, commercial vehicle inspections, educate drivers on safe, compliant operation in an effort to reduce crashes involving commercial motor vehicles. Non-commercial vehicles that operate unsafely will also be stopped, according to officials. The blitz will be spearheaded by the newly formed Arizona DPS Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Task Force, which is comprised of Arizona DPS Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Troopers and Arizona Department of Transportation Enforcement and Compliance Officers. Other agencies assisting with the federal effort, or the effort rather, will include the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, the Pinal County Sheriff's Office, the Marana Police Department, the Oro Valley Police Department, and the Tucson Police Department. Be aware, again, that gets underway on Tuesday of this week, Tuesday through Friday. Good morning, Knuckle Buster. How was your weekend?
It was a good weekend there. Nice and warm there at the house, Mr. Steve Sommers. I like this 65, 70-degree weather, but I understand it ain't going to last long, right?
That is correct. Enjoy it for a couple days, because old man winter's coming back.
Oh, yeah, this will be one of his last hoorahs there, right? Well, the thing about that CBD oil, they can't tell whether you took the oil or whether you smoked one of them left-handed cigarettes there, so you better just leave that stuff alone there, because there ain't no way to tell which one you were actually doing, and they're not going to take your word for it there.
Correct. Yep.
Well, see, when you crash into a concrete wall at 150 to 200 miles an hour, it's going to hurt, right?
I saw the video of that crash where the car literally just disintegrated. I pulled that up when Eagle was talking about that. That was incredible. I think maybe a Lone Ranger brought that up. I mean, yeah, all the wheels came off, the damn rear axle came off, engine blew out of the vehicle. Just unreal.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, I own a F-150 and a Silverado, and I take that forward over at Chevrolet any day of the week. Well, matter of fact, Mama Knucklebuster pick up that Silverado there. But that Ford will outrun that Silverado every day of the week on the takeoff and top end. So, well, I guess since everybody's updating on their daughters and stuff, I better update mine there. Well, she's doing fine, taking her medicine. She's not supposed to drive for 6 months. But I come out of the shop Saturday evening, walked up there around the front edge of the house, and I see her car driving off. So I walk in the door, and Tennessee sitting in a recliner. I said, well, where does she think she's going? She said, well, she's 40-year-old, and she can do whatever she wants to. That's what she told me. So I said, well, she's just as hard-headed as her mama. And I got told, you better rephrase that statement. I said, yep, she's just as hard-headed as her daddy, right?
That sounds about right. Yes, sir.
Yep, that's right. See, did you know Joe Burrow had a pimple on his face the day of the Super Bowl? That may be why he didn't place the well there, right? But he'll get better next time, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, I saw old Kane West. He drove a Ukrainian truck into a McDonald's on a Super Bowl commercial there. I didn't even know Ukraine made automobiles. And Steve, what's that woman's name that was related to Jeffrey Epstein? They're real close to him.
Maxine, Ghislaine Maxwell something.
Yeah. But anyway, there's this modeling agent that was real close to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes.
He was found dead in a French jail. See, if I was her, I'd be hiring me some security guard there.
Yeah,
You probably be the next one.
Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, they are saying they're concerned about her safety. I think the guy that hung himself, supposedly hung himself, was, I guess they said he was kind of like the pimp for Epstein. He'd bring the girls to him.
Yeah. Let me get this crazy woman to shut up. I already know where I'm going now.
She'd given you directions. I hear that.
Yeah, she thinks that she can tell me where to go, but I tell her where to go every now and then, too.
Right.
I know where I'm going. So anyway, I'll call in later on. I'm fixing to get over here and make this delivery there. So we'll talk to you later, Mr. Steve Summers.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good morning there, Knuckle Buster. Over the weekend, let's see. I think Horse Feather sent me the link. Trying to pull it up. Following the Mid-America Truck Show, which is March 24th, 25th, and 26th, they announced they're going to have for the first time, truck and tractor pooling. That's, I believe, the Mack Trailers Winter Nationals, if memory serves, the Wintertime Nationals truck pool in Freedom Hall. I thought, man, that's right up my alley. Now, we were, I'd already talked to Kyle the other day. We're going to be going down there Wednesday to be broadcasting live Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And I said, after I do the show Saturday, we'll just, plan on spending the night at the hotel and leave out Sunday morning. And then I find out, hey, the truck and tractor pools are going to be taking place there on Saturday night. And it's been years since I've seen, especially the indoor truck and tractor pools. So, yeah, even the princess was pretty excited when she saw that. She said, yeah, we'll stick around and check that out. Then also, I guess they've announced the entertainment, the concert, Friday night concert there at the Mid-America Truck Show this year, which will be presented by DAT Freight and Analytics. Friday night, 7 p.m. at Freedom Hall. Clay Walker, multi-platinum country music, Clay Walker. Now, Clay's been around for a number of years. I remember playing some of his music because I was doing country. I think I was actually working in Georgia at the time at Real Country 98.9 in those days. And he had his fair share of hits back then, so that should be a pretty good show this year. It beats the hell out of the Marshall Tucker Band. That's all I know. So what do you think? Are you going to try to stick around for the truck and tractor pools there Saturday night?
Yeah, that's the plan, Your Honor, because I don't have to leave until the first thing Sunday morning. My big bird's not supposed to take off until, I don't know, like 5, 6 o'clock Sunday morning. So we'll make it work. We'll see how many of them skull busters you make me drink there at the truck and tractor pull there, right?
So where did you come across that? I mean, where did you find that announcement at?
That's right on it's in the events part of the Mid-America Trucks webpage.
Okay.
If you go to their webpage and you go where it says events, it lists all that stuff. And it also includes that 50th anniversary special thing going on Thursday night there. And I guess they're going to have like beers and snacks and they're supposed to give proceeds, I guess, to the St. Christopher's Fund there somehow, some donation to that. So anyways, that's Thursday night. And as you say, Friday night's the concert. But I guess you got to get out to, in order to get in the concert, you got to find that DAT or that DAT or whatever it is. You got to find their booth and you got to get tickets from them to get in there.
Yes.
They're going to be handing them out.
Yes.
So you can't just buy them online or, get the scalper out front or something maybe. But anyways, if you're paying for them out front from the scalper, he's getting 100% profit because they're free in there at that booth. But anyway, so what's going on with Knuckle Buster there? He goes to work and has to leave Mama Knuckle Buster behind and. Because he's used to having her tell him where to go. He's got to have a woman in the cab with him to tell him where to go all night long.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what I'm understanding?
Right.
All right. Yeah. So So anyways, but to move on to the racing news there, I saw a little bit of Sunday's race there, but missed Saturday's altogether. And so I only heard the reports there from the Infinity race there about the rollovers and the cars blowing up and stuff like that. And I did see the one wreck there that must have been getting close to the end of the race, because it was somewhere around 5-6 o'clock, something like that. And it was the one that Kevin Harvick was involved in there and kind of wiped out a good third of the field or so. But you know how it is when you have the race down there on them super speedways there. It's always the big one, and you just never know how many are going to take out. But anyways, yeah, they were getting beat up. And the one thing I saw there, and that is, it seemed like the I don't know if it was the side windows or the rear windows, but you could see the window. It's not glass, but whatever polycarbonate or whatever they make them out of. But you can see them flying through the air. So I mean, not only is all that, but when the cars get sideways and that, they're blowing the windows out of them as well. So I don't know. It's kind of crazy. And as Ranger said there, Kyle Busch, he was just riding down the track, and his roof flat come loose from the car and was held on by the tether. It was all flopping around up on top there. The big roof flap come open. So I don't know. Crazy the things that these new cars are doing already. But anyways, in the event of all that, Tony Stewart's now moved to be in the booth there with Fox there, Fox Sports. He's doing some of the announcing, and they got talking a little bit, and they said, if you flip over to this FS1 channel, that Fox Sports 1 channel at 10 o'clock, there's some deal with drag racing going on that Tony Stewart's involved in. You know anything about Tony Stewart being involved in drag racing?
His new bride is he just got married here, a couple months ago. And yeah, he met this woman who's a drag racer, and he said he never really paid much attention to drag racing. But now he is very keen on being there at the on location with his wife, who is a drag racer, if I understand correctly. That's my knowledge, but I got to get my quick 2-minute timeout in here, and we'll get back to the calls here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting into Service Hall. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, let me see. So, while you were on there on the Mid-America Truck Show website, did you check out? Any idea what the ticket prices were? I'm clicking on, and it takes you to like Ticketmaster, and I haven't found any price numbers, but I guess the tickets went on sale to Mid-America Truck Show attendees last Monday, and here later this morning, tickets will go on sale to the general public. So, did you delve around or even check into ticket prices? I'm thinking that realizing that Hot Shot Secret sponsors a number of tractor poolers, I wonder if some of the Hot Shot Secret sponsored poolers are going to be there for the Winter Nationals. I would suspect they will.
Well, I would suggest that's a question we have to pose to Josh. Maybe he should come on the air and talk to us for a few minutes or an hour or something.
Absolutely, yes. Well, of course, we'll have Josh there at the show. We can talk to him while we're there live, getting ready for it Saturday night. But, yeah, I was looking down. I hadn't even pulled that up. I just got the Hot Rod Semis, not your average over-the-road truck. Pulling with DOT-approved tires, the Hot Rod Semis have become a favorite around the country. Many competitors running multiple turbochargers. This is a class known for its power. Then you got the mini rods, the Pro Stock, and the Unlimited Super Stock. Those are the big boys.
Yeah. So no, I don't have any idea what you got to do for tickets for that. There, I got it. What I know more now from what you just told me, so we'll have to look into that a little harder. But
I did.
You'd think that when you registered, they would have said something to you, during the registration that, sign up for tickets or something. I don't know. There wasn't anything in the pre-registration there we did for getting in the doors. So
yeah, this is one of those deals where it's not like the concert where free tickets are going to be available for that. You got to buy tickets. Again, I've no idea what the cost is going to be. I have no idea what. I did click on information about suites. I mean, hey, man, why don't we get a hold of Kyle and Josh and say, why don't you guys get us a suite? A suite runs $2,200, but you get tickets for 12 people, food, drinks. And food, drinks, and associated fees are extra, so you don't even get free food and drinks. $2,200 for a suite.
Well, that's a good start.
You like that?
Maybe it's an idea. Hey, yeah, it works for me. But anyways, to get back to this Tony Stewart deal here. Now, if memory serves me, doesn't Tony Stewart reside or associate in your kind of the Ohio, Indiana area out there? Doesn't he do something with a little town called Eldora?
Correct.
Isn't it? So, how far is Mount Gilead from all this? Are they like in close proximity with Tony Stewart? I mean, am I thinking? You understand what I'm starting to try to express here in my thinking? Shouldn't Hot Shot Secret maybe try to get in this Tony Stewart thing if he's getting involved in this drag racing, which they've done very well in the drag racing realm? I'm just thinking out loud.
Right. I mean, I think they're doing the diesel drag racing at Hot Shot Secret, but I know Kyle's looking to break into different sectors and whatnot. So, yeah, his wife. His wife is Leah Pruitt, and I think she's been drag racing for years.
Okay, yeah, the Pruitt name that's pretty familiar there with racing against the forces. So, yeah, and I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud that that maybe if we're going to break into the gasoline and alcohol drag racing, maybe Tony Stewart would be a good way to go. I mean, being a nice local boy there from around your all neck of the woods there and pretty close to home. I don't know. Just thinking out loud, Your Honor. You know how us truck drivers are. Can't keep anything to ourselves.
You're doing that hint thing. Hint, subtle hint. Yeah, Leah Pruitt races for Don Schumacher Racing, but starting this year, 22, she will drive her husband's car as Stewart will enter the NHRA from next year with 2 entries. One of them will be a top fuel one for Pruitt, And the other will be a funny car for Matt Hagan. So Tony's kind of getting into the whole drag racing thing. Absolutely. The 33-year-old dragster has an incredible amount of experience in her area of expertise. She's vastly experienced, and she's right now, there you go, in her 25th NHRA season. That's why Tony's delving into straight line racing. News update here. We'll be back with more on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The Russia-Ukraine crisis remains front and center of mind for the U.S. and its allies.
While attending the Munich Security Conference, Vice President Harris said they've seen Russia do this type of thing before. She said this to Ukrainian President Zelensky.
The United States takes seriously the importance of the integrity and the territorial integrity of Ukraine and your sovereignty. And the United States stands with Ukraine.
She also said there would be a swift and united response if an invasion does take place. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
For the first time since the pandemic began, Australia will reopen its borders to international visitors on Monday. Its citizens and residents have been allowed to travel in and out of the country. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
One police officer is dead, another was injured when the helicopter they were traveling in crashed near Newport Beach, California. It happened Saturday evening. The Huntington Beach Police Department said the officers were responding on an incident when the chopper crash landed in the water. Chief Eric Parra announced that 44-year-old Nicholas Vela, a 14-year veteran of the department, died.
The Huntington Beach Police Department and the law enforcement community have lost an officer that was truly dedicated to his job, that was doing what he loved doing.
Vela is survived by a wife and daughter. The second officer, a 16-year vet with the department, is in critical condition. The crash is under investigation. The Winter Olympics ended with fireworks above the host city of Beijing. This is the second overall Olympiad that took place during the pandemic, with COVID restrictions strictly enforced by the Chinese government. The Winter Games will return in 2026 from Milan. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off, as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
For the first time in more than 3 weeks, the streets of the Canadian nation's capital is quiet. A heavy police presence has taken the place of a trucker convoy in Ottawa. The protests were against COVID-19 protocols like vaccine mandates. Police say they are in the process of towing vehicles from the downtown core and urge everyone to avoid the area. As of late this morning, nearly 200 arrests have been made and more than 50 vehicles related to the protests have been towed. A rodent infestation at a regional warehouse has prompted discount store chain Family Dollar to recall a wide range of products, including food, cosmetics, and medical devices. The products were sold between January 2021 and February of this year in stores across 6 states those states being Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Missouri, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Concerns about the infestation has led to the closure of the warehouse, which is located in West Memphis, Arkansas, and more than 400 stores. Renting is coming at a premium. According to a Realtor.com analysis across the 50 largest metro areas, median rent for properties with 2 or more bedrooms rose more than 19% between December 2020 and December 2021. Miami saw the biggest jump with a median rent of $28.50 a month. That's nearly 50% higher than the previous year. More news anytime, log on to usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Look at there, we have crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So welcome into a Monday, 3:08 Eastern Time. Couple from the email bag. Let me see here, starting with Tom in Illinois. Yes, Steve, NASCAR has a problem here. In this photograph, the engine is gone. The rear axle is separated from the chassis. Now, just imagine the engine over or through the fence at 175 miles per hour into the crowd. Yeah, I was a crew member on an NHRA top alcohol dragster for 3 years. First thing we do when we hit the track is unload, then take the car to tech inspection. Once there, NHRA inspectors they inspect our car and make sure that the engine, the rear end, the front axle, everything possible are secured to the chassis and very little flies off. NASCAR should have fixed this long ago. They really dodged a bullet here. Yeah, that vehicle was just shredded. The number 31. Yeah, horrific crash. I don't know. When it comes to like Indy cars, I know they've explained over the years for the Indy 500 or any Indy car race, when those vehicles hit the wall at 200 mile an hour, all those things are designed supposedly to kind of, I guess, shear off, and they absorb much of the impact of the crash. But all right, let me see. Our friend Carl said, hey, Steve, they announced that Arizona thing starting on Tuesday, going through Friday. He said, just, thinking outside the box here. Remember the protest, the convoy that's supposed to be leaving? This first one that's leaving California, I don't know. I can't recall, because are they going to be going through Arizona? If that be the case, he said, do you think this would be anything to do with the trucks, the truck convoy protest rolling through? Again, I'd have to go back and double check what that, the route they were taking, because they did unveil that last week. That's, you might be onto something there. Yeah, then Jack says, hello, really? You tell the story about the guy that lost his license and his job because of CBD oil, then you follow that up with a whiskey advertisement. I did share that story before the news break went there, bottom of the hour. Those spots that run on USA Radio News, those are not our commercials. USA Radio News, the way that works is it's a very affordable news outlet. It's the cost of running something like ABC News or Fox News, I mean, it's off the rails. And these guys, very affordable, but the way they're making their money is anyone that runs their news, they have their embedded commercials. That whiskey spot. I was thinking about that last week. I kind of chuckled. I said, USA Radio News for weeks and weeks and weeks had been running the advertisement for the drug and alcohol treatment program. And I think the drug and alcohol treatment program has been replaced by the whiskey advertisement. But that's how that works. But thank you very much for the email. By the way, if you want to send an email, it is steve@hotshotsecret.com. All right, well, wife and I, I've got to say a big thank you to the princess. Yeah, we're trying to get things together, organized, lined up for the Mid-America Truck Show, and she spent much of the weekend sending out, contacting some various groups and organizations that we would be interested in trying to interview there in Louisville. I was able to get a hold of Toby Young, of course, the Young family, starting with Paul K. Young. He's the one that hosted the first ever Mid-America Truck Show and ran it for years until his son, Tim Young, took over. And when Tim stepped aside, I don't know how many years it's been now, Toby Young took over the lead, and he's the guy in charge of pretty much everything, getting the Mid-America Truck Show together. So Toby's going to come over and join us at our booth there sometime. We're going to start broadcasting live between noon and 1. I just reached out. I said, we've done this for years. And he always comes by. I said, man, I'd like to get you on as early as possible so you can tell everybody what's going to be going on over the 3 days, because there are some new things that are going to be taking place. This year they will actually have their first ever inductions to what they're calling the Mid-America Truck Show Wall of Fame. And we know some of the nominees out there, but the first inductees will get placed into the Wall of Fame this year. And I think, obviously, we can talk about the truck and tractor pulling and what's been going on and moving forward. So we'll be looking forward to chatting with Toby Young. I know, let's see, we've got our seats. We'll be working with Bostrom and National Seating there. We will have three of the chairs in our booth. I think we've got one of the Bostrom Wide Ride. We'll have a Bostrom Pro Ride and a Corsair. That's a National Seating Corsair seat that we'll be giving away. I think we're going to give away one each day during the show if things go according to plan. And yes, I talked to Kyle. He said, I think that's a good idea to try to allow people to register for those, for people that can't actually attend the Mid-America Truck Show. So we'll be setting that up via the website, overnightdriveradio.com. Click on contest. It's not up there yet. It's not there, but we'll get that put together in the coming days. Mike Brunetti will be there. And he kind of explained they've always had a big booth, but they can't actually sell their product from their booth. All their product sales go through their distributors. So rather than setting up a booth, Mike's just going to be there working with the various distributors this year at the Mid-America Truck Show. Who else did we get a hold of? I said we got to get a hold of Homer Hogg there with Travel Centers of America. Those guys used to have a good relationship with us, but so many changes in recent years. No longer. We had Tom Owens, and who was the other Tom that first came in and sat down with us in the studio a number of years ago, and he was so impressed with what we were doing, talking to the drivers, and again, ended up with a really good relationship, but haven't really tied in with our new platform yet. I think this will be an opportunity for them to see what we're doing and say, hey, you've got an audience of truck drivers out there. Let's jump on board. Looking to get a hold of Brian Mathis with the Big Rig Mattress. We had, over the years, done some deals with Toyo Tires. Of course, I said we got to get a hold of Norita Taylor there at OOIDA about Ellen Voy with Women in Trucking. Trying to line something up with our friends from Trucker Buddy, the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, Wreaths Across America, and others as well. And I know for some of our cast of characters, which will be hanging out with us, undoubtedly we'll try to get as many of you on. Just sit down and say hello as we can, right? Looking forward to seeing some of our friends after what will have essentially been like a 3-year hiatus. All right, with that, we've got plenty of room for you. A quiet Monday morning. Eagle wants to come back. He had something he wanted to finish up. We'll get to Eagle right after this. And after that, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So I'm looking here at an update. Apparently, the People's Convoy that's going to begin later this week, the Coast to Coast People's Convoy, semi-truck drivers. I guess the starting location changed. It will now begin in Adelanto. Is that the way you pronounce it? Adelanto, California, not Barstow, as organizers first announced. Over the weekend, organizers announced a noon February 22nd, which will be Tuesday, staging time for truck drivers at the Adelanto Stadium, followed by a public send-off rally there at 10 a.m. on the 23rd. There was no mention of starting the convoy in Barstow. Organizers did not reveal why they changed the starting point, first announced last Wednesday by co-organizer Maureen Steele. But the message the truckers intend to deliver from the high desert to Washington, D.C. is the government has forgotten its place, and its mask and vaccination mandates are not constitutional. Organizers over the weekend said the People's Convoy is a planned, peaceful, unified transcontinental movement, which will begin with a public rally 10 a.m. the 23rd. An hour later, the convoy departs from the stadium at 12,000 Stadium Way. At the rally, truckers will hear words of encouragement and blessings from a group of speakers supporting them on their journey. According to organizers, expect many freedom-loving supporters from all walks of life will be in attendance. They can be in the send-off by either attending the launch gathering or by getting in their vehicles and following the big rigs from Adelanto toward the East Coast. One high desert resident took to Facebook to announce that her group is planning to line an overpass to support the drivers. God bless every one of you for doing this for all of us. We support you and hope to show our support this Wednesday. Look for us on your way to Vegas outside of Barstow. We're praying for your safety and a successful outcome. It's pretty much the same message as the Canadian protest, originally calling for the government to lift the declaration of a national emergency and stop depriving citizens of their fundamental rights by enforcing mask and vaccine mandates, all that good stuff. Hey, 23 past the hour. All right, Eagle wanted to finish up this morning. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah. I wanted to discuss a couple other things with this Canadian situation. But I wanted to ask you a question, Steve, I wanted to get to this Russia deal with the Ukraine right quick before I get back to Canada. And let me ask you a question, Steve. I've been keeping an eye on this situation. Maybe you know a little bit more than I do. Hey, how come no other country in the world is trying to talk to Russia and trying to talk them out of not invading Ukraine? Why is it just this idiot Kamala Harris over there trying to talk? Where are these other nations at? These other leaders at around the world? Why are they not condemning the actions of Vladimir Putin? Why is it only, is that I can see, is there any other nations out there that are trying to stop Putin from going into Ukraine?
By no means is it just us. I mean, we've had the French president meet with Putin. I think the German have met with Putin. You got Britain. Yeah, Britain's prime minister is, pleading with them to. I think over the weekend he said that if Putin moves with this, he is going to kick off the biggest war in Europe that we've seen since 1945. He said that yesterday. So, most of the world is on board trying to denounce any action from Russia toward Ukraine.
Yeah, like I say, it looks like it's gonna take place within the next couple of days. Look like if he hasn't already invaded Ukraine, he's just looking for an excuse right now. Like you say, even if he has to make up an excuse to go in, I don't think you line up 100,000 troops and all this military equipment and decide to turn around and go back to Russia. I think that this guy's eventually going to make a move. I don't know what the hell he's waiting on, but I believe some type of military action is going to take place in the next couple of days. And I already know what Joe Biden is going to do, and that's absolutely nothing. Like I say, the threats are not working. The sanctions that Joe Biden Putin's not concerned with that. He can get his goods and materials from other countries if it comes down to that. So Joe Biden, he can continue with his threats all he wants, and I promise you they're not going to intimidate Vladimir Putin. Because if they was intimidating Vladimir Putin, he would already pull his 100,000 troops off the border of Ukraine. So that tells me all I need to know. Now let's go back to this Canadian situation one more time, Steve. Here's something that shows that Trudeau has gone over the line. First of all, when he went into these truck drivers' funds, bank accounts, and shut off the bank accounts of these truckers that were protesting, so they wasn't able to get any money to buy fuel for their trucks, to pay their bills, and to pay anything else. He shut them down. He shut down all the ways for these people to get money. And like I say, I don't know how he did that. And the same thing is taking place in the United States, Steve. I'm just going to give a warning to a lot of people out there, anybody that's interested in donating money to this truck driver fund for these truck drivers. Don't think you're being watched, my friend. The same thing can happen to what was going on in Canada. They said that some of these people that were donating money to those Canadian truck drivers, Steve, are being prosecuted for abetting this blockade that they had in Ottawa. They're going back and checking and see who donated money to this truck driver convoy in Canada. So a message to any American people out there that's thinking about donating money to this trucker convoy in the U.S., you might want to think twice about that, because if they can do it in Canada, they can do it in the U.S. They can shut your bank account down, and so you're not able to reach into your bank account the same way they did people in Canada. What do you think about that, Steve?
I know that the organizers for the U.S. convoy are not using GoFundMe. They're not using Give, Send, Go. They haven't really publicly announced how they've got a third party, a bank, that's supposedly holding the funds to support the drivers. How individuals are able to donate, I'm not sure, but yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if they tried to do the same thing here as they've done there.
Yeah, well, I know I heard last week that over $8 million have been donated to the Canadian trucker deal, and that the government of Canada had shut that down, the GoFundMe or whatever it was. Those truck drivers were not able to get into that $8 million GoFundMe money for the last time I heard. So, like I say, I didn't know that these governments had that much power to get into electronic banking and all that stuff, to shut people's bank accounts down. And from what I understood, Steve, today, I don't know if it's true or not, they said that somebody that, I don't know who shut it down, but somebody said that the website has been blocked for the trucker convoy in the U.S., so people can't find out where to join and where, with the route and this and that. I don't know what. I have to look into it a little bit more, but somebody told me the internet has been shut down. So these things can be done, Steve, to make it difficult for this convoy that's supposed to be traveling from California to Washington, D.C. They're not going to make it easy for people. And like I say, I don't know what the actual goal is for these truck drivers when they do get to Washington. I don't know if they want to meet with Joe Biden or if they want to meet with the Department of Transportation man or whoever's in charge of that. I don't know what their ultimate goal is, but I really don't think that those people are going to sit down and listen to the truck drivers deal. And you know something, Steve, they even went out of their way. I wanted to say that. I forgot to tell you that in my first call. The leaders, they went out of their way to make sure that those guys got arrested. There were 3 people I seen on TV that were in charge of the Canadian protest. It was 2 men and a woman, and they made sure that those were the last ones that got arrested. All 3 of those people are in jail tonight, as far as I know. The people that were responsible for setting up this Canadian blockade in Ottawa, all those people are in jail cells right now, as far as unless they posted bail or what. But I seen it on TV when they arrested those guys. The guy, he was on live Facebook or something. When they came to his truck and knocked on his door, and he told the officer that he was peacefully protesting, and they still yanked him out of his truck and took him to jail. So, like I said, Trudeau, he went above the line of doing what they did, Steve. Like I say, they were out there for 3 weeks, parked in the streets of Ottawa, and they could have handled it a better way. Like I say, they sent in a military-style police force to address this issue. And a lot of people, I don't know if you see the video, one lady, they had a woman that got run over by a horse. They brought in a group of police officers on horseback, and they just ran through the crowd, and a woman got trampled to death. I mean, well, she didn't get killed, but she got hurt pretty bad. They didn't show no respect whatsoever to the people that were protesting, the way they handled the situation. And it could have been handled a lot better than what it was. And like I said, when you bust somebody's window out and snatch them out of their truck, that's taking it a little bit too far, especially when the man had no gun and in his vehicle. He wasn't putting up a fight or nothing, and they still treated him like an animal. So, Trudeau, he has a lot of explaining to do. Like I say, unfortunately, Steve, like I talked to you last week, there's no way to really, get him out of power. As far as I know, maybe once a Canadian man could call in tonight, somebody that lives in Canada, maybe they can address this situation. How could they possibly remove him from office? As far as I know, there's no way to remove him from office. So we'll see. I don't know when he's scheduled to leave office, but it looks like Canada got a real problem to deal with over the next few years. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, they've got him till 2025 as it stands right now. All right, Carl, you're probably correct. Your suggestion that this commercial vehicle enforcement blitz in Arizona announced, for this upcoming week. I'm looking at the schedule for the convoy departing California. Again, it's not Barstow now. According to the People's Convoy official Facebook page, departs Adelanto Stadium. They'll travel I-15 through Las Vegas, then drop down to Kingman, Arizona. Then, they'll depart Kingman, Arizona the following day, travel east on I-40 to Lupton, Arizona. Following morning, depart Lupton and continue travel east through New Mexico on I-40 to Glen Rio, Texas. Please note, complete details regarding stopping points will be released en route. Areas are intentionally non-specific due to the need to maintain operational security and leave time to coordinate with local municipalities. These routes and times are subject to change. People's Convoy, a nonpartisan effort supported by many local organizations, including Robert Kennedy Jr.'s Children's Health Defense TV, which will be embedded in the convoy, along with many other media outlets, to provide complete, accurate coverage. The doctors and their colleagues from the COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance, the American Project led by General Flynn, the Unity Project, Freedom Fighter Nations, Freedom Flyers, that would be pilots, faith leaders from every spectrum, assisted by retired personnel, military personnel, many individual volunteers throughout the country. All right, they say, lastly, our goal is to ensure a safe, 100% lawful, peaceful journey that works with local jurisdictions through which the convoy will pass to carry our message of freedom across the country. They've got well over 130,000 members on their Facebook page. And we return after a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The fears of a Russian invasion of Ukraine remains. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin telling ABC's This Week that the potential for Russia to invade Ukraine is there.
He's been very deliberate in terms of assembling the right kind of combat and combat support capabilities in the border region. And so he has a number of options available to him now.
Austin is referring to Russian President Vladimir Putin, who has extended military drills near the Ukrainian border that were set to end on Sunday. The Kremlin has denied plans to invade its neighbor. The U.S. and allied countries are bowing sanctions if Russia goes through with the invasion. The cost of renting a 2 or more bedroom property has gone up 19%. That's according to Realtor.com's look at rates across the 50 largest metro areas between December 2020 and 2021. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first. But with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group, and we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey. And remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, undoubtedly it is not just the United States doing everything possible to prevent Russia from moving on Ukraine. Boris Johnson this past day said Russia is planning the biggest war in Europe since 1945. All the signs are the plan has already in some senses begun. Intelligence suggests Russia intends to launch an invasion that will immediately encircle the capital city, Kyiv. People need to understand the sheer cost in human life that could entail. Any conflict will be bloody and protracted. Vladimir Putin is possibly thinking illogically about this. And maybe he doesn't see the disaster ahead. It's vital for all of us to get over what a catastrophe it would be for Russia. Now, Boris was speaking from Munich over what a catastrophe it would be. The world leaders had gathered. I believe Kamala Harris was there as well for the United States. The U.S. and Britain could cut off Russian companies' access to U.S. dollars and British pounds if the Kremlin orders an invasion. Now, Johnson said Western sanctions on Russia in the event of an invasion would go much further than he's previously suggested in public. We are, even with our American friends, going to stop them trading in pounds and dollars. That'll hit very, very hard. Now, he questioned if the threat of sanctions would be enough to deter Putin. He may not be thinking logically. We have to accept at this moment Vladimir Putin is thinking illogically about this and does not see the disaster. Now, Britain, home to the center of global foreign exchange trading, has previously threatened to block Russian companies from raising capital in London and threatens to expose what Johnson calls the Russian doll of property and company ownership. He did not spell out who would fall under the sanctions, but pledged there would be nowhere for Russian oligarchs to hide. Johnson said targets could include Russian banks. So things, trading in the dollar, given that Russia's position as one of the world's top exporters of oil, gas, and metals, which are largely priced and settled in U.S. dollars, blocking Russian companies from access to the dollar markets, would have a stinging impact, they say. All right, back to the calls here on a Monday morning. Let's see what's going on with the C&I dog. What's happening, dog?
Good morning.
Morning.
You were talking about the College of DuPage, I believe. That's where you pick up a lot of your weather from?
Yes.
Back in the late 80s, early 90s, I used to work over at the college, and I remember they had the storm chasers for the class you could take, and I thought that was kind of weird and unique at the same time, so I'm not surprised that they put a database together like that. You could take classes and actually go out and chase tornadoes from what I understood, and looking at the pamphlets and stuff like that. Also, Harry Volkman was on ABC in Chicago for many years, the weatherman, and I believe, I could be wrong, that he was one of the creators of the Weather Channel. So I got to see a lot of weather history being made. What do they offer there on the COD website?
I think what they've put together is more or less just a live link to the various National Weather Service offices nationwide, and anytime any weather service office issues a watch or a warning, it immediately pops up on their screen. The National Weather Service used to have that, and here, I don't know, 6, 8, 10 years ago, time flies, they they stopped streaming that through the actual NOAA page. I don't know why. I'm thinking it was just some sort of a budget cut thing. So that's the alternative, and it pretty much works just like the National Weather Service used to work.
How did you come across it? Just curious.
By searching for tornado warnings and whatnot, trying to click on Finding Live, and I came across this several years ago, and I've used it ever since.
Oh, great. Well, that's cool. Okay, I heard you give the forecast at the beginning of the show, but I was wondering if you can curtail it towards me a little bit since I'm your only caller right now. There might be somebody on hold, though. I go from Chicago, just south of Effingham. It's called Farina, about 20 minutes south of Effingham. In the next couple of days, is there going to be real severe weather for me up and down 57? And I'll be listening on the side for you.
All right, thank you very much. We've got, first of all, system number 1, which does have like winter weather advisories extending right down to about the Wisconsin-Illinois line. No watches or warnings for the Chicago area. That's with system number 1. I do believe system number 2, which that one I believe is going to probably bring some snow to the Chicago metro, but that's going to be more of a Wednesday through Friday kind of time frame for system number 2. So you may be able to kind of thread the needle, is if there's a better way of putting it, get in there between the storms over the next couple of days. Right now, there's nothing as far as advisories for Illinois, with the exception of the southernmost reaches where they've got flood watches posted for the system that'll be bringing some rain in. Check out what do we have here. That's going to be, all right, flood watch in effect from late tonight through Tuesday evening. Some rainfall going to be pushing in. Most of southeast Missouri, southern Illinois, south of Route 13, and all of western Kentucky. Heavy rain is forecast to fall on saturated ground. Widespread 2 to 3 inch rainfall totals are forecast, and locally higher amounts are possible. But again, that's southern Illinois, and that's actually with system number 1. We are looking at 12 before the hour. Get back at it in 2, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by Exercise science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, meanwhile, looking over here at some of our comments from listening friends via YouTube and Facebook. Tyler is on board this morning. At least he was a couple of hours ago. Long-time listener from way back in the day. Said this is the first time he's catching us here since the ATN days. Well, great to have you on board, Tyler. I think Tyler was one of those that used to send, I believe, a lot of emails and whatnot, if memory serves. But email Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Just said, I thought I'd just tune in and take a listen. Sylvester welcomed him back. He said, welcome to the show. Same great driver-centric format with great, actionable, host-delivered, industry-specific information. Dean always talks me up so well. Thumbs up. All right. Hello to the Dipsy driver. Big Moose was on board a couple hours ago as well. Is that one of those nights you just can't sleep? Dipsy driver said, hey, Big Moose, I remember when I used to bring my grandma 3 cases of Blatz and Town Club sodas. Guess what went first? I did help a little with the Blatz. The small, stubby little bottle back in those days. Yes. Kangaroo on board. Morning, Steve, from north central Montana. We've got 2 below zero this morning. Fixing to go play on the railroad tracks. Got to inspect the track this morning. All right, good to have you all on board. Hello to Norman in Oklahoma this morning. All right, meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Scarecrow checks in here on a Monday. Morning, Scarecrow. What you got?
Morning, Kemosabe. Monday. Ain't it great?
Yes, I love Mondays.
Yeah, it puts us one day closer to Friday, you know. Hey, you might want to give some serious thought to, the suite arrangement. If you guys are contemplating doing that tractor pull, truck pull, I don't know, unless things have changed a lot over the years, the air can get pretty doggone serious. Closed building between the diesel smoke and the alcohol fumes and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I know their vacuuming systems sucked in the years of the past. And maybe they've kind of improved that, but just thinking maybe in the suites and whatnot, maybe we should be a little better air circulation and whatnot. Just thinking of ways to help you spend your money. That's all.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, let's see, where else was I going here? Thinking, which agency has given the green light for non-English speaking, non-English understanding commercial drivers to access the highways? Is that a FMCSA thing?
It's the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, the CVSA, a number of years ago, changed their rulemaking, making non-English speaking no longer an out-of-service criteria. It used to be you could be put out of service. They changed that. So technically, it's still in the Green Book, the FMCSA rules and regulations, but it's not enforced as an out-of-service violation.
Yeah, it seems to be coming up more frequently, especially in the last couple of years, and callers and whatnot.
Yeah.
That's where this is leading to. Wisconsin I-90-94 westbound. It splits up at Toma, Wisconsin. It's about 45 miles from La Crosse. I-90 westbound at that point is a left-hand exit off of when it splits off from 94-90. And 90-94 is 2 lanes leading up to that point. Now it continues as 2 lanes, 94, straight through. The 90 east or 90 westbound ramp is a 2-lane ramp, and it's the person's option who is exiting for a 90 to choose which of those 2 lanes he stays in. Myself, unless I'm being pushed by another truck, I take the left lane because 94 eastbound has a ramp that it's pretty much blind. You don't see the traffic coming on that to merge onto westbound 90. So just out of preventative maintenance, so to speak, I stay in that left lane. Well, in the past, I might witness this once a year, twice a year at most. Somebody in the right-hand lane going westbound, aligned for 94, and then just out of the blue cutting across left lane to catch that the westbound 90 ramp. As I say, that was a rare occurrence. I'm seeing it maybe 2 to 3 times a week right now. And mind you, this is only about the 60 seconds that that I am exposed to that that junction. I can only imagine that there's inattentive driving. That's one thing, but my thoughts are, a person that doesn't understand English does not understand the signs, overhead signs. So what they maybe do understand is the little red, white, and blue placard that will say 90 or 94 or 39 or whatever the interstate is at that point. They're maybe seeing 90 with that arrow pointing to the left, and they're coming across they're cutting right through traffic that is running straight through 94. It's truly hard to believe there has not been, some major wrecks at this point. Myself, I knew the truck was in the right lane, lined up for 94 westbound, and just out the corner of my eye, boom, there he is in that right ramp lane. I don't know where the heck I didn't catch when he had switched lanes like that, but yeah, I really think the whole language barrier thing is a big contributor in this zone. But as I say, it used to be a rare occurrence, and now it's an everyday, hourly thing that's taking place. So either way, yeah, that was a CVSA, was that what it was?
Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance. Yep, CVSA.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I thought about this on Friday, and I wanted to get them in as a DA of the Week nomination, but now that we're in the new week here, we can put that on top of them, right on top of the list for this week's. What do you think?
That works.
Oh, side note too, the Marshall Tucker Band. We saw them 3 times in the late 70s, right around 1980, and probably again, maybe 20 years back. And bands often change members; they lose the original ones.
Yep.
And we could tell that last time we saw them, they weren't hitting the notes that you would expect them to. But yeah, it's kind of sad to hear that you guys had some very bad experience with them, to say the least. Oh man, they were in their prime, way back, right around the 80s or so, late 70s or the 80s, and but I guess nothing stays the same.
A lot can change over 40, 50 years with any band. I don't know. I mean, Spaceman says the Rolling Stones are actually still a good show. If you can imagine that, but yep. There we go. Final hour is upon us. Just ahead. Jump on in. Let's roll through a Monday morning unscathed at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The fears of a Russian invasion of Ukraine remains. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin telling ABC's This Week that the potential for Russia to invade Ukraine is there.
He's been very deliberate in terms of assembling the right kind of combat and combat support capabilities in the border region. And so he has a number of options available to him now.
Austin is referring to Russian President Vladimir Putin, who has extended military drills near the Ukrainian border that were set to end on Sunday. The Kremlin has denied plans to invade its neighbor. The U.S. and allied countries are bowing sanctions if Russia goes through with the invasion. The cost of renting a 2 or more bedroom property has gone up 19%. That's according to Realtor.com's look at rates across the 50 largest metro areas between December 2020 and 2021. This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
For the first time in more than 3 weeks, the streets of the Canadian nation's capital is quiet. A heavy police presence has replaced the truckers in Ottawa who were protesting COVID-19 protocols like vaccine mandates. Police say they are in the process of towing vehicles from the downtown core and urge people to avoid the area. As of late Sunday morning, nearly 200 arrests have been made and more than 50 vehicles related to the protests have been towed. A rodent infestation at a regional warehouse has prompted discount store chain Family Dollar to recall a wide range of products, including food, cosmetics, and family devices. The products were sold between January 2021 and this month in stores across 6 states, Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Missouri, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Concerns about the infestation has led to the closure of the warehouse in West Memphis, Arkansas, and more than 400 stores. Find news anytime at usaradio.com. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
California is taking a page from the state of Texas, only they are targeting guns. USA's Wendy King has more from the Pacific Northwest.
California Governor Gavin Newsom announced a package of legislation that would allow private citizens to sue gun manufacturers. Under one bill, anyone could sue manufacturers, distributors, transporters, or sellers of assault-style weapons. The other bill would prohibit companies from advertising certain kinds of weapons to children. Newsom said, "This is not about attacking law-abiding gun owners. It's about stopping the tragic violence that's ravaging communities across the country." The California legislation is modeled after a Texas law that bans abortion approximately 6 weeks after the pregnant person's last menstrual cycle, using a unique enforcement mechanism. It deputizes private citizens rather than the state's executive branch to sue anyone who aids and abets the procedure. Any individual can sue anyone involved in an illegal abortion and win up to $10,000 in court. Earlier this week, gunmaker Remington agreed to pay more than $73 million to settle a lawsuit with several families of victims of the Sandy Hook shooting attack that killed 20 children almost a decade ago. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Talk about a bizarre scenario. Other industry headlines via CDL Live. A driver dead after being accidentally run over by his co-driver as he was outside the rig checking for damage. Last Thursday. News 6 out of Richmond says a 37-year-old woman was driving her rig along I-95 at the 141-mile marker when she struck some debris in the roadway. Trucker then pulled over and hopped out of the cab to check for damage, while her passenger, 39-year-old Brian Brown, was resting in the sleeper berth. Unbeknownst to the driver, Brown apparently also got out of the rig to check for damage as she was surveying the rig. After surveying the rig, the driver climbed back into the semi and attempted to re-enter the travel lanes, unaware that Brown had left the cab and was outside the rig doing his own check for damage. As she re-entered the interstate, she ran over Brown, causing serious injuries. First responders arrived, but he succumbed to his injuries during transport. That's bizarre. No charges have been filed against the driver as of Friday afternoon, but it's still under investigation. Just a crazy scenario. Hey, our number is 844-844-3388. Coming up here, top of the hour, when we wrap things up at 5 a.m. Eastern Time, immediately following the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive on tncradio.live or the tncradio.live app. Stan Campbell and our Canadian friends from the Trucker Radio Show going to the dogs today. This week's show, the best in canine country music. You'd never guess how many great country songs involve our four-legged friends, along with the music, news, interviews, even a dog-related doofus driver story. So a little bit of everything, music, fun, information on the Trucker Radio Show with Stan Campbell. Then stay tuned with tncradio.live for the morning grind, starting 9 a.m. Eastern. Tom Kelly, Jamie Chase, and the captain, Tom Kirk, with the latest news, traffic, weather information, and a few laughs along the way here on a Monday morning. All right, Senor Heatwave will get you right after Wheelchair Dave. Morning, Dave. What's happening?
Well, good morning, Steve, and all your listeners out there. Couldn't pass this opportunity up. all the people calling in talking about NASCAR, and then Eagle making it down there to see the Infinity race, along with the big boy race as well. But Steve, as you know, I pointed out on your show for the last, couple of years now about Austin Cindric, and I'd like to do a little bit of the pieces of the puzzle with that, if I can, with you, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
First off, I am very surprised that Eagle didn't say something about this. You were talking about the hole. He was talking about the hole in the fence, or one of the guys was talking about when the car in the Infinity race, one of those cars went into the catch fence and cut a hole in it, lost its motor and all that stuff. Well, guess who was on the other side of that fence? That basketball star, Michael Jordan, that owns the NASCAR teams, was on the other side of that fence.
Really?
So it's a good, yes, it's a good thing that he didn't get hurt in that.
Wow.
But you'll like this part of this history here. Austin Cindric and his whole family from Ohio, they're out of Columbus / his grandfather and stuff. I knew his family. His grandfather actually used to own Mid-Ohio, and they owned Red Roof Inns and all that stuff. If you remember Red Roof Inns.
Oh, yeah.
But, as it went on, and Jim Truman was a racer, racing ESMA and all that stuff, and these guys were big time, like Foyt and Andretti and all those guys. He's right up there with all those guys. That was Austin's grandfather. But the thing about it, Bobby Rahall's in the picture here too, because Bobby Rahal at that time out of Dublin was racing with Jim, and they were car owner together. Truman used to sponsor Rahal. But the crew chief on Rahal's team at that time was Tim Cindric out of Columbus, who would go on to marry one of Jim Truman's daughters, okay? And later on, Bobby Rahal would win the Indy 500, and then a week later, or a couple of days later, Jim Truman would die of cancer. Go back to that. But, Austin Cindric, he won the Infinity Series. He's defending champ for the Infinity Series last year. And then what about Roger Penske? 85 years old, multi-billionaire. What a birthday present. Gets a Daytona 500 win. So, hats off to the captain there. And hopefully this coming weekend he can have some winning championship stuff down there in Tampa Bay when they do the Indy races this coming weekend. But that's the history for you guys. Just wanted to put the pieces of the puzzle together for you all.
That's great. Little piece of history. Thank you so much, Wheelchair Dave.
Did you get a chance to watch any? You said you did not get a chance to watch any of the either the Infinity or the big boys.
No, but I do see that the replay will be coming on starting about 15 minutes from now. So I do have FS1 on my cable, so I can catch some of that when we get done here.
Yeah, I got another one I want to share with you. My neighbors here, they've lived across the cove from me here for the last 20 years. They moved in about 20 years ago. It's the Sig family, and they raced, the boys raced this weekend in the Infinity Series. Now, Ryan, he's been racing for a few years in the Infinity, and I see him down at the dock all the time when I go by. And his little brother, Kyle, was racing in ARCA. Well, he just moved up from ARCA into Infinity, and both of them got to race this past Saturday night in Infinity. Ryan finished like 6th, and Kyle, the younger one, he finished on the lead lap, like 20th or something like that. But, Sig family there. They live right across the cove from me. I see them all the time.
How about that?
You guys have a great morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wheelchair
Thanks for taking my
Dave,
call.
they say. All right. Let's see. I think I have one in the email bag here. Dipsy Driver checking it. Steve, great show, Steve. Sorry I can't call. I heard a replay when I was on with you and Chris Gabrelchik. Not a good radio voice for me. When I was 6 years old, I had surgery on my vocal cords. I actually used to sound like Froggy on the Little Rascals. That used to be my nickname. Anyway, I enjoyed the show and the Hotshot Secret products. I have the 2.4-liter GMC that had many issues in 2013. Just wanted to pass along Stiction Eliminator and Gasoline Extreme made a remarkable difference. Hopefully, I can get another 140,000 miles out of it. But thank you to Chris and all the crew for coming out with such great products. From the Dipsy Driver. All right, looking at 17 past the hour. Back into here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, under the headline, Fortress Australia to welcome tourists for the first time. Australia will welcome international tourists starting today after nearly 2 years of sealing its borders, relying on COVID vaccination rates to live with the pandemic as infections decline there as well. The wait is over, says the Prime Minister. Speaking at a briefing at the Melbourne International Airport, Australia's opening to tourists, the clearest example yet that our shift from a strict zero COVID approach to living with the virus and vaccinating the public to minimize deaths and severe illness. Most of the country's 2.7 million infections have occurred since the Omicron variant emerged in late November. But with one of the world's highest vaccination rates, 94% of people ages 16 and over double-dosed, there have been just under 5,000 deaths, a fraction of the rates in many other developed countries. Now, Sunday, they recorded 16,600 cases before all areas had reported at least 33 deaths, mainly in the three most populous states, New South Wales, Victoria, and Queensland. Now, whether travelers will flock to the island, dubbed Fortress Australia for their strict border controls, that remains to be seen. They hope to boost their pre-pandemic growth sector, real tourism, GDP. They've been gradually reopening since November, first allowing Australians to travel in and out, then admitting international students and some workers, and starting today, leisure travelers and more business travelers may enter the land down under. 21 past the hour. And what's going on, Senor Heatwave?
Oh, well, I've been working the last 2 hours outside trying to hook up some trailers. What a mess that is. You know, I'm a truck driver. I'm not supposed to sweat, am I?
Right.
I was sweating like hell out there. So anyway, I was being a little smart butt up there with the dispatcher, and I said, "Hey, how many yellow trucks are we sending into the convoy?" And he says he had told me that the convoy was canceled because Biden and the administration had threatened to do to them what Trudeau had done to the Canadian drivers. And I thought, well, that's a hell of a note. But, I mean, if you read off the Facebook page that they're actually going to do it, you know, I'm just one little confused puppy out here. Not that I could ever run with the big dogs in this slow POS of 63 mile an hour, and that's with a tailwind. But yeah, that was news to me. So, but yeah, you know, it is so rich that you got Kamala Harris out there in Europe, and everyone's threatening Russia with sanctions if they invade. Well, how about you throw sanctions on them now as a preventative instead of something that, oh, well, since you did this, we're going to go ahead and sanction you now. I don't know. It seems like to me if you're proactive instead of reactive, it would be a much better. But, you know, you're not guessing. You've already laid down the gauntlet. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And then I'm sure that would have some economic consequences if, you know, because, I mean, it costs money to support those many people out there and the support groups for the equipment and the fuel and the logistics of getting, you know, food out to these people. And why are we such a reactive country? Why can't we be proactive? You know, it just boggles my mind. You know, they're so damn worried about Ukraine and their sovereign border. Well, what the hell about our border out here?
Exactly.
You know, we still have what, 15 to 1,800 miles of border. You know, some of that's covered by the Rio Grande, which is more than just a trickle, and you got that big lake over there at what is that? Eagle Lake, Texas, I think is what that is. I mean, stop putting the world first. Put us. Take care of us first. And you know how to spell us? It's U.S. Take care of us first before we start stretching our resources to help every other damn body out there. And then I heard Gavin Newsom is, you know, the way it sounds like he's not going to punish the person pulling the trigger of a gun. He's just going to punish the gun makers for making said gun used in whatever crime that that the culprit was committing. Now, where's the logic in that?
Of course,
I mean, Remington.
There is none. I mean, when I mentioned that last week, I said, you know, what was the incident? I guess month or two ago, where the guy in the vehicle was out there and there was a protest and he intentionally was running into the crowd with a card. I mean, I'm trying to remember, did he kill 4 people in that deal? Is the automobile manufacturer responsible for that?
Well, according to the logic over here in California, that would be GM. GM would be responsible for their vehicle being used in the commission of a crime. And that's what they're doing here. I mean, Remington didn't do anybody any favors by agreeing to pay $73 million. You know, and it's a crime damn shame that it was used in the crime of a school shooting. But it needs to be upon the person pulling the trigger in their estate. And if the guy that pulls the trigger, if he's dead, then it falls on, you know, especially if he's an underage kid that shouldn't have had that gun in his hand, then it falls onto the parents. And if the parents are dead, because like that idiot, I think, killed his mother and his father, and then it becomes the estate has to pay that money to those victims, not the gun maker. They didn't do nothing wrong. So these, you know, there's something I want to say, and I can't say it because as soon as I do, I'm going to get bleeped out. But I really hope, I really pray that the Republicans and independents that see the shenanigans that the Democrats are pulling really come up and out and vote these people out. Put in somebody that will actually work for the law-abiding citizen and not for criminals nor illegal aliens. Yes, I said it. Illegal aliens. If you're not from here, you're alien to that part of the country. And I'm sorry, like I said last week, Mexico is complicit in this because they will not stop anybody coming through. They are just as corrupt politically because they are being run by the cartels. I'm pretty sure we know where the cartels are. And I'm pretty sure that if we were to go ahead and take out the cartels' living quarters, mansions, whatever, you know, if the Mexican politicians were to raise a stink about it, you know, hey, if you can't do the job of maintaining peace and helping protect our border between us, then we have to do something. You know, I mean, and what is it going to take before, you know, someone sees that and say, you know what, you're right. We need to close that border off, build that wall, and make people come through legally. I am so tired of the illegal aliens and supposed refugees getting more damn money through cash assistance, food stamps, free medical, and Section 8 housing, whereas my daughter is suffering the same ailments as her mother, and yet she has been denied the small pittance that she would be getting per month. I am so frustrated right now, I can't even see straight. So before I say something I'm going to regret, Senor, I will talk to you tomorrow.
Well, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, I was trying to recall the case. I remember the guy plowed into the crowd. It was the Christmas parade. Recall? It was the Christmas parade in Waukesha. 39-year-old acted alone, plowing into the crowd. And again, all eyewitnesses said he appeared to be intentionally aiming to hit people. 5 were ultimately killed. Now, whatever the brand of his SUV was, according to the geniuses in California, the said automobile manufacturer would be responsible for those. News break time here, bottom of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The fears of a Russian invasion of Ukraine remains. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin telling ABC's This Week that the potential for Russia to invade Ukraine is there.
He's been very deliberate in terms of assembling the right kind of combat and combat support capabilities in the border region. And so he has a number of options available to him now.
Austin is referring to Russian President Vladimir Putin, who has extended military drills near the Ukrainian border that were set to end on Sunday. The Kremlin has denied plans to invade its neighbor. The U.S. and allied countries are bowing sanctions if Russia goes through with the invasion. The cost of renting a 2 or more bedroom property has gone up 19%. That's according to Realtor.com's look at rates across the 50 largest metro areas between December 2020 and 2021. This is USA Radio News.
Have you stopped taking your statin? Over half of people will stop taking a statin in the first year due to muscle pain. Marley Drug offers the next generation statin, pitavastatin, which is different from most statins and has low rates of muscle pain. With a prescription, you can get pitavastatin for $1 a day. No insurance needed. Stop putting up with statin pain and call Marley Drug at 800-460-2510. That's 800-460-2510 or go to marleydrug.com.
Not available in Vermont or Alabama.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4F slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, by the way, if you are interested, many have been waiting for the new social media venture, Donald Trump's new venture, Truth Social, appears set to launch today in Apple's App Store, according to post from an executive on a test version viewed by Reuters, potentially marking the return of the former president to social media on President's Day, no less. Today is President's Day. In a series of posts Friday, a verified account for the network's chief product officer, listed as Billy B, answered questions on the app from people invited to use it during the test phase. One user asked him which has been available for this past week for beta testers, when it would be released to the public. According to the screenshots viewed by Reuters, we currently set the release in the Apple app Monday, February 21 was the response. Now, if this does indeed kick off, will restore Trump's presence on social media more than a year after being banned from the likes of Twitter, Facebook, and Alphabet's YouTube. February 15th, Don Jr. posted a screenshot of his father's verified @RealDonaldTrump Truth Social account with one post, or truth, that will be uploaded. Get ready, your favorite president will see you soon, he said. Okay, being led by former Republican Representative Devin Nunes, Trump Media and Technology Group, TMTG, the venture behind Truth Social, will join a growing portfolio of technology companies that are positioning themselves to be champions of free speech. So again, that maybe doesn't say what time of the day that would go up, because we are into a Monday right now, right? All right. Just looking at a paid ad, Truth Social, about to launch. We need to know what your username will be. Register your response before the midnight hour tonight. That's something paid for by the Congressional Leadership Fund, CLT or CLF. All right. One last thing. Yes, horse feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. That story you read there about from CDL Life there about the driver there that ran over the co-driver. What state did you say that happened in? Do you have that handy yet?
Trying to remember. No, I think I threw it in the trash, but I could find it real quick.
All right. I get CDL Life. I'll find it later. That's all right. But one word to heat wave there. If Thomas ever tells him to get out there and take a look because he thinks he run over a rattlesnake there, just be careful. Don't know these drivers trying to get rid of their co-drivers there. I don't know, Your Honor. Just be careful, heat wave. Don't. Thomas wants you to get out and look for a rattlesnake. But you know how much heat wave likes rattlesnakes too, right? Anyways, talking a little more about the truck show. Now, I did see on there that they're supposed to have that parking at, what is that, the Papa John's parking lot over there, the stadium? Is that?
Yeah, I believe it's
I was just there that one time.
It's Cardinal Stadium now. Remember, Papa John's is taboo. Papa John's got banned.
Oh, oops. I probably got us in trouble for saying Papa John's. Can we say Papa John's on your format?
Yes, yeah. What used to be Papa John's Cardinal Stadium, I guess it's just Cardinal Stadium parking, yes.
All right. So now, in the years since I've been there, they kind of curtailed the events that were going on over there, right?
Yes.
Because, I mean, they were doing things, that was when Burnt Beans was over there and had the whole soup kitchen going on, and there was, I don't know, I forget who all was set up a big band and, set up their stage. And I don't even know if it might have been Tony Justice or somebody like that brought in their semi that turns into a stage and all that. And they had big concerts and stuff going on there. And they had that drag race. You remember that three-legged drag race?
Yes, I do.
I was there to witness it.
Yeah.
I witnessed the three-legged drag race. Boy, I tell you, phew. Anyways, something like that ought to be, there's something that Napoleon Trudeau should come and, just get rid of. That just should be completely banned by him. But anyways, I just wondering what was going on over there. I mean, is that strictly parking now, or is it going to have anything there? And at one time I heard that one of those truck stops that you used to advertise with there on the other station there, I think they had something to do with, breasts and rear ends there for their initials. Anyways, they used to have a shower trailer in that there.
Yes,
Do you know if any of that is going to be going on?
I haven't. Yes, they had that set up the last several truck shows. I'll have to do some digging into that. What they did kind of shut down was the ability for somebody. You had all these different groups that were, cooking for lots of people, like soup kitchen kind of things. They had some pretty damn good food over there. I remember old Stumpy, Rodney, Maniac. He and his wife used to cook with one of the groups. I believe it was like the Kentucky pork producers that's the people in charge of the food there with all the big pork chops and the barbecue sandwiches. I think they were kind of complaining about all those people that were eating in the parking lot otherwise would probably be having to pay for their $10 pork chops and whatnot, and they were losing a ton of money. So they kind of cut it back. I think you're allowed to fire up your grill for yourself or whatever, like for you and your truck and that kind of thing, but no cooking. And also that I think they said they tried to play it off as like for sanitary purposes, like these people did not have actual food vendor license kind of things. So they did shut all that down. They still have entertainment out there. I'm sure they'll have some musical entertainment, and usually they do some karaoke stuff and that kind of thing in the parking lot. I'm sure that'll be going on.
All right. Well, yeah, because I know when I was there in 13 there, I ate good for breakfast and I was good all day and went over there and had something after the show. And yeah, I did all my food type business over there that year I was there. But no, I had a good time out there. I mean, Leland Martin was there, and very, very down to earth person he was there. He was selling all his stuff out of the back of a pickup truck there, and so we got to meet him and talk to him for a good while. And I don't know. So I was just kind of wondering what was going on with that. But by the sounds of everything else, I don't know if I'll have much time to even try to get over there to find that parking lot this year, because they got so much stuff going on after the show now with everything. And I guess Road Pro has something else that they have in mind for us people with the convoy too that's going to be involved. So I don't know. I gotta find out more from those people what's going on and what all I'm going to be involved in. I might be involved in more than I already know, Your Honor.
There you go.
Anyways, but anyways, I plan on being around and seeing you guys, and of course the Hot Shot Secret Booth and what all they got going on, and anyways, so the only thing we got going to really look into today, I guess, for the major parts, is to find out what we got to do to get for tickets. Unless, as I say, well, maybe we should call Kyle. Maybe you all ought to call Kyle and see what's going on, and see if he is going to get that suite up there. That'd be pretty awesome if they did that.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, all right. Hey, with all that nonsense there, we should probably let you go, because I imagine Knucklebuster's ringing at your phone here, wanting to get in one last thing here at the loneliest hour. He hasn't done his promotion yet.
That's true. All right, we got to get to that. Yeah, what he was mentioning earlier, Horse Feathers mentioned that the first evening of the show there, let's see, I guess kind of a fundraiser kind of thing for the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. Let's see, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Mid-America Truck Show and reconnecting with friends and colleagues with some live music, $1 beers, food, and special activities to help raise donations for the St. Christopher Trucker Relief Fund. Beers and bites. $1 beer and small bites will be served. Beers provided by local craft breweries. All the proceeds going to St. Christopher's Trucker Relief Fund. J.D. Shelburne, one of the hardest working singers in the biz. Shelburne has lodged over 2,500 performances to date, opening for a lot of national acts: ZZ Top, Miranda Lambert, Montgomery Gentry, many other national acts. He's appeared on CMT and performed my old Kentucky home at the Kentucky Derby. Yeah, he'll be performing there for the 50th celebration. Under the headline Giving Back, as we commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Mid-America Truck Show, we're reminded of all the support we've received from our exhibitors, attendees, and industry partners over the years. With that in mind, we'd like to offer our support to those in the industry that are in need. By giving the St. Christopher Trucker Relief Fund, we encourage all in attendance to offer a donation. Looks like they also have a silent auction to benefit the St. Christopher Trucker Relief Fund. Okay. All this stuff available on the Mid-America Truck Show website, which, by the way, is Trucking Show, trucking with ING, Trucking Show, all one word, .com, truckingshow.com. Yeah, you can get in there if you have not yet registered. Do so ASAP. Is this Kangaroo?
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing well. What's happening?
Oh, just like I said in my message, playing on the railroad tracks, and not everybody can do it, but got ducked in the siding, let a train go by, and get back out there and head down the tracks. Expect what we call a cold run, because it's below zero, and we had a dramatic temperature change from Friday to today. So,
and then
make sure
you have the expansion and contraction, and a lot of times you could suffer a derailment, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, that stuff will just snap. Like we run as heavy as 141 rail, 141 pounds for every 3 feet, but that'll jump open anywhere from 2 to 10 inches sometimes, depending on the cold. And so yeah, it's kind of amazing. And when it does snap, it leaves like a grenade going off. It's awful loud and pretty scary, but it doesn't happen very often. But did I hear Kemosabe earlier? Was that correct?
Oh no, he was just saying good morning, Kemosabe. That was Scarecrow. He called me Kemosabe. But yes, Kemosabe was a caller for many years. I don't know if he's still driving or not. I'm not sure. I know he's a friend on Facebook.
Well, funny, listen to some of the names, and you guys are going down the Mid-America Truck Show. I was down there about 10 years in a row, and of course that's when I was still on the board of directors for OIDA, and oh man, yeah, back when Yoda was hanging around burnt beans, and oh my gosh, the food that they used to serve up was awesome, and all the different little charities. It was good time, absolutely. It's kind of reminiscent a little bit, and I hear a couple of these names, and I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah, it brings back some fun times, fun memories we had down there for sure. But yeah, I just I was gonna throw out real quick too. You know, you're talking about the CVSA and the whole I think it's 396.113, anyways, the English speaking requirement. You know, a lot of people don't realize that you hear the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, but that is made up of. It is not a government entity. It is made up of DOT law enforcement officers from around the country and trucking industry folks, and they set the out-of-service criteria for the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. But they are not a government entity. But unfortunately, it's one of those that they've acquired this quote-unquote power, and they can basically say what goes and what doesn't, and it's up to the FMCSA to follow those rules, like you had brought up earlier, you know, where they decided not to several years ago, you know, enforce that EQ requirement. But yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, you know, that you can have basically a private group set government standards, but unfortunately that is what happened. So,
which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, since the rule is technically still in the Green Book, the rules and regulations. It's still there, but yeah, that they somehow they can determine that it's no longer an out of service criteria.
Yeah, and that, you know, so that's basically just picking and choosing what laws you choose to enforce, you know. And I mean that unfortunately goes on quite a bit in government. They choose what they want to enforce, and you know, one thing about, and you know, we've talked over the years. I mean, 30 years I was in trucking before I, you know, went back to the ranch and then started with the railroad. But it talks about, you know, shutdowns, you know, strikes, whatever. You know, with this, I totally support the convoy. Heck, I was up at the port up in Sweetgrass, Montana, when we had our demonstration up there, and all the Canadian folks that came down to the border there. But absolutely support you know, what they're doing. But we've talked for years that the racketeering laws is what they will utilize to try, because if you're stopping interstate commerce, you know, emergency personnel and shutting the interstates down, and then it becomes a national security issue, and you know, that's where they can lean. Is it correct? No, I don't agree with it, because I mean, they'll let, you know, Antifa and BLM burn businesses down and you know, assault and do whatever else to people, and call those peaceful protests. So yeah, it's pretty disgusting how they pick and choose how to enforce some of these things that transpire. But anyway, Summer 4 out the window, all my old trucker friends out there, the one and only original Kangaroo. There was Kangaroo Cowboy years ago, also a friend of mine, but yeah, I had that handle 40 years ago. So anyway, Summer 4 out the window, everybody. And
whatever happened to the Kangaroo Cowboy? Did he move back to Australia, or do you know, or?
You know, I hadn't talked to David in quite some time. You know, there's a number of folks that I guess kind of got back up here in the middle of Montana and the middle of nowhere, and just kind of minding my own business. So I've been out of touch with a number of folks for a while. So I couldn't tell you, Steve.
Just wondered about him every so often. Yep, he was quite the character. Fun guy, though. Remember competing at the bull riding competition way back years gone by at the Great America Truck Show there in Dallas. Good times. All right, to answer your question, Horse Feathers, will they again have the showers and the restrooms? Yes, they will. The parking, 30 acres will be available there. Free truck parking. Less than a mile from the Expo Center, they will be running the free shuttle to and from the Expo during show hours. All right, thanks to TA and Petro once again, they will have the showers, the portable restrooms, and more. those are the kind of things that'll be open. Certain hours you have to schedule an appointment. Yeah, the shuttle service sponsored by TA Petro and TA Express to and from the convention center runs every 15 to 20 minutes, starting an hour before and continuing 1 hour after show hours each day during the show. And TA truck service will be on site out there once again. If you need some service while you're there, and so you can schedule a number of services: tire replacement, repairs, DOT inspections, computer diagnostics and fault code troubleshooting, electric system tests and repair, mud flaps, light repairs, windshield chip repair, those sort of general things. They say you just schedule your appointment and go on over and enjoy the show, and the service will be done. And you're not even losing any time. No additional downtime because your truck's parked right there anyway, all right? Just some of the amenities that will be offered. Mid-America Truck Show. Oh, and one last thing, by the way. I mentioned all the various groups that we've been trying to reach out to and try to schedule interviews and visits while we're there in Louisville. If you maybe have any ideas or suggestions, feel free to send me out. Reach out, steve@hotshotsecret.com, or you could maybe shoot Kyle an email, kyle@lubricationspecialties.com, and we'll do our best to try, because it's going to be more than I've pretty much ever done at the Mid-America. I would typically record segments on Thursday and then just kind of enjoy the show Friday and Saturday. The weekend hosts over the years would do the Thursday and Friday, or Friday and Saturday versions of the show. I'll be doing 5 hours live each day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So we will be able to go through a ton of guests and interviews, what would be live during the day to be played back, repeated during the overnight hours from midnight to 5 for our actual overnight drivers. All right, so stick around. Stan Campbell, our friends from Canada, going to the dogs this morning on tncradio.live or the tncradio.live app. Coming up next on tncradio.live, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world my dreams.